started. Thanks, Dave. Good morning. This is a convening of Massachusetts Gaming Commission public meeting. We're holding it virtually, so I will do a roll call. Good morning again, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Hill, good morning.
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
All right, so we'll get started. Again, for those of you who are coming on for this public meeting, we just met for 2 hours beforehand with another applicant. So we're a couple minutes late, forgive us. We just needed a quick little break. But we are convening today's public meeting, number 422 on January 11th. And this is a convening of a meeting where we will be evaluating another applicant seeking a Category 3 untethered sports wagering online license. And that today we now have before us Crown MA Gaming LLC, known as DraftKings. So today the session will begin with your presentation and hopefully a demonstration. And what I would ask, if you wouldn't mind, is to introduce yourselves as you go along. I do have a list of all who are going to be here, but I'm going to let you really manage that for me. So thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Judd Stein, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner, and Commissioner Maynard. My name is Chris Cipolla. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs at DraftKings, and it is an honor to appear before you again today in connection with Crown MA Gaming LLC, doing business as DraftKings, application for a Category 3 untethered sports wagering operator license. As a Massachusetts-based company, in fact, many of us today will be speaking to you from our global headquarters in Boston's Back Bay neighborhood. We are excited at the possibility of bringing our leading mobile sportsbook home to the Commonwealth. At this time, our co-founder, Chief Executive Officer, and Chairman, Jason Robbins, who is currently abroad and joining us remotely, would appreciate the opportunity to address the Commission and provide a brief opening remark prior to our presentation and product demonstration. With that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, excuse me, Chair Judd Stein, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner, and Commissioner Maynard for your time today. We're excited to walk you through DraftKings and our commitment to Massachusetts. I am Jason Robbins, as Chris mentioned. I'm the co-founder, CEO, and chairman of the board at DraftKings. Our team are going to take you through the presentation in detail, but I wanted to take this opportunity to speak with you briefly about our relationship with and commitment to the Commonwealth, a little bit about who we are as a business. As you're likely aware, DraftKings is unique among all applicants in that we are a homegrown Massachusetts company. It was in the spare bedroom of my co-founder Paul Lieberman's house in Watertown, Massachusetts, where myself, Paul, and Matt Kalish spent countless evenings and weekends sketching out the plan for our daily fantasy sports startup. In the decade since we launched DraftKings, we have grown from a local Massachusetts startup into a truly global multi-vertical gaming company and entertainment company. We went public in 2020. We have more than 5,000 global employees with offices in several major US metro markets and 4 international countries. We offer online sports betting in 20 states plus Ontario, and DraftKings brand has become synonymous with sports in America. But in many ways, we're still a local company. We remain headquartered in Boston. We're still a founder-led company, and all 3 of us live in Massachusetts. We have more employees in Massachusetts than any other location. DraftKings employees call more than 150 cities and towns across the Commonwealth home, touching every region of our home state. And we know how to pronounce the names of all those cities and towns: Gloucester, Haverhill, Scituate, and Worcester, right down the list. We've made the decision early to make Massachusetts DraftKings home because it checked every box for us. There's an endless pipeline of talent driven by the Commonwealth's world-class colleges and universities. There's a savvy and supportive venture community, many of which have helped fund DraftKings, and an innovation ecosystem that spurs boundless ambition and next-generation thinking. Municipal and state government are partners to tech companies. We've learned that firsthand. Massachusetts isn't just a great place to start a business, it's a great place to put down roots and start a family too. And Massachusetts, of course, has an incredible sports tradition and the world's most passionate sports fans. One of my children's favorite activities is to go to games with their mommy and daddy to cheer on their favorite sports teams. And I don't just mean the professional teams. I have seen my kids cheer every bit as loudly for the Harvard women's basketball team when I took them to a game last season as they do watching the Patriots at Gillette. We're proud to call Massachusetts home, and I believe our company's culture and values reflect our home state. As a technology company at our core, DraftKings believes the best innovation comes from diverse perspectives, thoughts, beliefs, ideas, and experiences. We consistently push boundaries and challenge convention to ensure our culture and products reflect the expectations of our employees and the customers we serve. We believe in promoting diversity and providing opportunities for everyone to explore identities, cultures, and communities through stories, discussions, traditions, and languages outside of their own. We believe this focus is key to our competitive advantage and is a differentiating characteristic that helps us attract the best talent. We understand that creating a workplace that fosters inclusion and welcomes diversity is an ever-evolving process. We've committed at least $1 million annually to accelerate our inclusion, equity, and belonging philosophy, and we're seeking out diverse talent through partnerships with Cura Labs and Resilient Coders. We also recognize the importance of operating responsibly. DraftKings' systems-based approach to responsible gaming leverages technology, employee training, evidence-based research, collaboration and affiliation with third parties, and comprehensive education to promote safer play. Our vision is to build a best-in-class RG program infused with innovation and informed by the latest evidence base. Through our state council funding program, DraftKings is the first and only gaming operator to offer funding, $1.5 million in total, to all state problem gambling councils funding, including the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health, regardless of whether we offer products in the state. This commitment to responsible play isn't new for DraftKings. Our relationship with the world-renowned Cambridge Health Alliance, the Division on Addiction, began years before we even launched sports betting. We have maintained an ongoing contractual agreement and rely on their evidence-based expertise to help guide and advise in all aspects of our responsible gaming program. We're thrilled to be at this point, and I'm excited for you to learn more about DraftKings, our sports betting expertise, our responsible gaming program, our commitment to inclusion, equity, and belonging, and the potential for us to make a real positive impact in the Commonwealth. I'm excited that you'll get to hear directly from a group of amazing leaders at DraftKings presenting today, who I will now introduce, as well as a host of subject matter experts available to answer your questions. First person I will introduce is my co-founder and current president of Global Technology and Product, Paul Lieberman. Second, Jason Park, our Chief Financial Officer. Third, Graham Walters, our Chief People Officer. Fourth, Stephanie Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer. Fifth, Chrissy Thurmond, our Senior Director of Responsible Gaming. And last but not least, Jeremy McCauley, our Director of Product. I will now turn it back over to Chris Cipolla. Commissioners, thank you so much for your hard work in bringing sports wagering to the Commonwealth, and we look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Jason. And before we begin our presentation, I would like to note two items for the commission. Several parts of the Crown MA Gaming LLC application have been designated as confidential, as contemplated in Chapter 23N of the Massachusetts General Laws. We ask that discussion of any materials that have been designated as confidential be done through an executive session. As such, we do not plan to present any information that is confidential in our affirmative presentation, and we will alert the commission if a question asked by the commission elicits confidential information. And at that time, we will request that we move into an executive session. Further, certain statements we make during this presentation may constitute forward-looking statements that are subject to risks and uncertainties that could cause our actual results to differ materially from our historical results or from our forecasts. Presenters today will also discuss certain non-GAAP financial measures that we believe may be useful in evaluating DraftKings operating performance. We would refer you to slide 2 of our presentation for important information regarding reliance on and the limitations of forward-looking statements and non-GAAP financial measures. With that, I'll now turn the presentation over to DraftKings co-founder and president of Global Technology and Product, Paul Lieberman.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, everyone. I couldn't be more excited to be having this conversation about our home state of Massachusetts. So if we can go to the next slide. So just a little bit of background, and Jason has shared, a lot of the details. But DraftKings launched a little bit over 10 years ago in my spare bedroom in Watertown, Massachusetts, as a daily fantasy sports company, with me, Matt, and Jason sitting there working tirelessly to get this product up. We quickly moved to the Back Bay and have kept Boston and Massachusetts as our home ever since. We focused primarily for the first 6 years on daily fantasy sports, but in 2018, with the U.S. Supreme Court overturning the ban on sports betting, we were the very first to launch a sportsbook app in the U.S. online outside of Nevada on August 1st of 2018. That was a really proud moment. We leveraged our technology expertise, our marketing, our analytics to be the first ones live. Over the last 4 years, we have launched in over 20 jurisdictions and have gotten over 23 sports betting licenses. We now have 4,000 employees and over 2.7 million monthly players and 22 million lifetime registrations. If you can go to the next slide. Right now, our total global footprint is 11 offices, and we have round-the-clock coverage for both technology as well as customer support, which is 24/7, 365. And Boston is our global headquarters, many locations in the US for support, as well as technology offices in Dublin, London, Sofia, Plovdiv, as well as Tel Aviv, where actually I'm also overseas sitting in today, visiting the office. So if we can go to the next slide. And like I mentioned earlier, we're operating in 20 states, 12 of them retail sportsbook, and 18 properties. And we hold 23 sportsbook licenses. Across, we are the only operator operating in as many states as we operate in right now as well. And thank you. We can go to the next slide. Sorry, next slide. You might be stuck on slides, sorry.
A good slide.
It is a good slide. And you know what? It's actually amazing to look at it after 10 years, just to see the growth across all the different jurisdictions. And if you look at DraftKings today, we have 2.7 million monthly players, as I mentioned. We are a vertically integrated online sportsbook. And what I mean by that is we run all of the technology behind our sportsbook, everything from the online platform to all the sports wagering. We're 100% vertically integrated. We have cutting edge retail sportsbook technology that we've also built in-house. We have a large database of DraftKings players in Massachusetts and in the New England area, over several hundred thousands. We operate in 46 states. That's daily fantasy, sportsbook, and casino. And we have a proprietary technology around sports betting and iGaming. We have the leading market presence, so nobody's in as many states as we are. And we've spent a lot of our technology on product innovation, data-driven marketing, and really making a leading customer experience and, for sports betting. So if we can go to the next slide. And finally, most importantly to us is putting the customer first and making a best customer experience. As a matter of fact, that is one of our values in the organization. And the way we do that is by offering all the different service channels: email, chat, phone, social media. We have 1,000+ customer service associates, mostly across the US. And we offer 24/7, 365 availability. The way we also track is making sure that our customers are satisfied with our customer service. We track the service levels, time to resolution, and making sure that ultimately it's important for customers to have a great experience. And that is the number one thing that we focus on and the number one value at DraftKings. So with that, I'll hand that over back to Chris.
Thank you very much, Paul. Moving on to the next section of the presentation on DraftKings economic impact, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Jason Park.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Over the next 2 to 3 pages, I'd love to just cover our financial health and our presence in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
No, I apologize. I believe we're having a little trouble with the slide deck. We just have 1 second. Apologies. There you go. Got it.
Perfect, thank you. Here on page 11, you can see several important topics. First off, from a revenue growth perspective, you can see that we have grown more than 100% from 2020 to 2021. We have not yet announced audited fiscal year 2022 results yet, but if you use Wall Street consensus estimates, the expectation is that we will have grown another 68% from 2021 to 2022. And on a go-forward basis, again, using Wall Street consensus estimates, you can see that the expectation is for greater than 30% annual growth from 2021 through 2025. From a profitability perspective, using adjusted EBITDA as the best measure of profitability, you can see that we are not profitable today because we are still in investment mode in this exciting industry. But as you look into 2022 and beyond, again, using Wall Street consensus estimates, you can see that the expectation is that 2022 is our deepest loss year, with a strong inflection in profitability starting in 2023 and achieving profitability shortly thereafter. Finally, from a cash and liquidity perspective, you can see that we are well capitalized with over 1.2 billion cash to fund operations as we pivot to profitability in short order. On the next page, as Jason mentioned, you can see that our global headquarters is here in the Commonwealth. We have over 1,300 employees based in over 150 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. This means that we have been contributing to the economy of the Commonwealth in multiple ways, not only the employment, but also elements such as income taxes, benefits to local businesses, parking and transportation to our Back Bay office, sales and use taxes, and taxes on our legacy daily fantasy sports product, to name a few. On page 13, I'm sure you are keen to understand our projections of our online sports betting product in the Commonwealth. Given that we are a publicly traded company and these estimates may constitute material non-public information, we kindly request that we discuss these projections in private executive session. What I will say is that we have a very strong ability to develop estimates and projections based on existing states and trends we are seeing across the nation, and thus have high confidence in our ability to achieve and exceed those expectations.
Thank you, Jason. Now moving on to section 3 of the presentation, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'll turn the presentation over to our Chief People Officer, Graham Walters.
Thank you, Chris, and hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm excited to present to you today about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not on the slides, but us internally, we call it inclusion, equity, and belonging, and I think that really starts there. The reason why being it's really first and foremost about inclusion and about equity and about belonging at the company. It's not just about demographics. And as you'll see through the slides that I'm going to present, we've taken the time to outline our approach, both in terms of how we're going to continue to make progress in terms of our overall representation, but also in terms of how we want to make sure that each and every employee feels, to this statement here, safe, empowered, engaged, and championed. And we look at our overall philosophy, and we'll see this as it flows throughout the deck. Our objective, our philosophy is to maintain parity and opportunity across the employee lifecycle from hire through retire. And that's how we look at it. We are data-driven at our core. And as we look at DEI at DraftKings, we look to measure and improve at all points in the employee lifecycle. And just like the Mass Gaming Commission has their own working group on DEI, reading through that, I think that you also understand that it's systemic. And that's the way we look at it here at DraftKings as well. We're looking at the entire system, not just demographics. So if that, we can move ahead to the next slide. Our strategy and how we're applying this is really through a 4-point framework, which is hire, wire, empower, and sustain. So we're looking to understand, how do we hire? How do we build relationships across the community? How do we make sure that we're looking at not just our overall hiring numbers, but full pipeline and understanding where we're recruiting from and how we can look to increase diversity across our employee base. We look to wire. So we look to leverage our platform as a company, as an employer, align with those values. We look to internally at our own systems to empower our employees to develop and grow and feel like they belong at the company. And then we look to sustain and improve. And that really comes back to, as I said before, the infrastructure, what we're looking at as a company. How do we measure, how do we use data to make data-driven decisions across the board and specifically in this area? One other thing just to point out, it's fine, you can leave it, as Jason said before, we're putting our money where our mouth is too. We're investing $1 million annually in this area internally, and we'll continue to look at how we can invest more as we go forward.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt? This is Commissioner Hill. Can we go to the back up to the slide we were on just for another minute or two, please? So I just take some notes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Awesome. Great, thank you.
So in terms of leadership, happy to announce, and this was not in our application because she had not yet started, but happy to announce Christina Akis is our VP of Inclusion, Equity, and Belonging. She just started actually this week, but is not really one, very excited to have her and very excited to actually up-level the position that was here before, but is really representative of the fact that we are looking to continue to invest here. And it's more a process of continuing what we have done since 2019. And that was when we hired our first leader for diversity, equity, and inclusion at DraftKings, who made a significant impact and was able to really bring a lot of our systems and programs online, develop our overall philosophy, working with our founders and leadership team, and drive change across the organization, a lot of which we'll be talking about today, and has put us in a position where we've up-leveled that role to hire Christina, who, again, just joined this week. And I did not want to put her in a position to have to present everything that we have here today, but is happy to take any questions as well. But very excited to have her on board, as well as Bianca and Marjorie, who support her and her team. As I was saying before, it's not just about the DEI. The DEI team, it's not just about our HR team, it's about the company as a whole. And we're proud that our executive team takes a very active role in this. Many of those who are here today. So Jenna Gear, our Chief Compliance Officer, myself, Matt Kalish, and Paul Lieberman, two of our co-founders, and Steph Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer, are very actively involved here. As we look at demographics and highlights overall, one of the things I just wanted to call out is, again, this started for us, the stats that you see on this page begin with the end of 2018, so December 31st, 2018, and come towards today in 2023. And as with everything, it takes time to make an impact. And what we're excited to show here is the impact that our programs have made across the demographics of this company. You see that when it comes to BIPOC employees, we've been able to more than double representation over the course of this time frame. And for gender representation, have increased our female representation by about 1/3 over that same period of time. And our overall representation in the US, inclusive of veteran status, LGBTQ+, has increased from a little over 40% to almost 58% over that period of time as well. And this is something where, again, it's not just about demographics, but it is important to show the representation and the progress we've made over that period of time, and that we'll continue to make. This is one of those areas where there will always be a focus. There will always be something to do. There's never, an end date, and we'll look to continue to make progress, as you'll see at the end of this presentation, in the goals that we have in this area. As you look to the next slide, we're also sharing our representation in Massachusetts. So our representation in Massachusetts as a whole is 27% female, 18% BIPOC, 57% diverse. We're excited to make an impact and to go live in our home state. I went to high school in Braintree. I live in Hanover. I'll be excited when my barber stops asking me when we're going to go live here too. But it's important that that we show the impact that we make here too. I'm one of many. We have employees that live in 150 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. And we're excited also that over the course of even just this year, we're expecting to add 75 to 85 new employees in the Commonwealth as well. Also, as Jason and Paul mentioned as well, this is where a lot of our leadership team is as well, with 70 out of 115 of our SLT members living in Massachusetts as well. Sorry for that. And enjoying the traffic in the city of Boston. So as you'll see, I'm going to walk through a bit of what we do, not just where we're at, but also what we do and how we've.
Just for 1 minute, 'cause I want to see if it's me or if it's others, but suddenly I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am
sorry,
too.
His
So we-
volume went down after the horn.
After the whole, we missed your good line.
There's some construction across from us. I think there's a dump truck that wanted to test out its horn. Can you hear me now?
No, it still dropped for some reason, right then it dropped. And while you're
Yeah.
thinking about that, you can let your barber know that,
I will. I'll be excited to let him know.
commission hard at work.
We're trying to get some tech support in here to help us.
I think it's better, maybe a little bit better.
Is that improved at all?
It did. Yeah, you're back where you
Yes?
were.
Much better.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Please let me know as I go along, or anybody know, and we can try and.
It's a mystery whether it's yours or everybody's, so thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. So what I was saying was that I was going into a pivot from overall demographics to programmatic efforts and initiatives we have across the organization that align with our overall principles of impacting the overall employee lifecycle. So starting first with our talent acquisition organization, what we've looked to do over the period, time where we've focused really on this over the course of the last 4 to 5 years, is to take a more data-oriented approach and a partnership-oriented approach. So we know that as a whole, we'll look to make an impact through our overall funnel and looking to improve the top of funnel, like number of applicants and what those demographics look like. And we look to influence those both through the partnerships that we participate in. So things like Resilient Coders, which is Boston-based, but also things like Women Hack, Out in Tech, some of the partnerships listed here, allows us to expand our internal networks and expand diversity throughout the funnel, which should enable us to get a more representative group of applicants throughout our pipeline. We also look to make an impact through our campus programs. And we do very much focus on local and national colleges and programs throughout the US. We look at HBCUs, we look at and other college programs where we feel like we have strong cultural alignment. And we also look for opportunities within those schools to align with their diverse networking groups as well. You'll also see here we look through other programs like Ripple Match, which allows us to search for underrepresented groups through campus programs. Out for undergrad is just some samples of things that we look for. And what we also look for is we look at at this point, our director level and above. We have an executive recruiting team where we proactively source for talent to build diverse pipelines. And we've seen that has made an impact in our overall leadership representation as well. At the bottom of the screen, what you'll also see is why we continue to be optimistic and set aggressive goals for overall representation is that we continue to see that our incoming recruiting classes are more diverse than our existing employee base. And you'll see at the bottom of the screen, both for women and BIPOC, that continues to be the case in 2022. If we can move forward. From a talent management perspective, there are a handful of areas that we focus on. On the first two areas, first two columns here, what we're showing is, both our engagement and recognition scores. For engagement, it's important to us to understand, again, going back to being data oriented, what our customers or what our employees are thinking, how they're feeling. So this is just a sampling. We actually have, depending on the pulse survey, 5 to 6 specific DEI related questions that we ask that are focused really on the inclusion, equity, and belonging space, ranging from things like feeling empowered to voice differing views and opinions, but also feeling comfortable bringing their authentic self to work and with their team. And what we've seen is we have really strong engagement scores. Overall, our overall engagement score is 84%. That's in the top quartile of technology companies in 2022 that we benchmark against. And we're also really proud that 92% of our employees feel comfortable bringing their authentic self to work. I think it's really important that we continue to measure those things and make improvement so that 100% ideally of employees feel that way. But this is an area that we'll look to continue to drive forward. On the recognition side, we're showing just some scores from Glassdoor. We're proud of the fact that we have 4.2 rating out of 5 for diversity, inclusion, and overall employee ratings. on a scale of 1 to 5, like I was saying. I think the average that we see for those are 3.6 and 3.7 respectively for all employers. So we know that we're on the right track. What we're also looking at, and there's just an example here of some awards that we're showing. We've won top places to work by the Boston Globe. Obviously, look, our headquarters is here. It's important for us to represent well and represent our values in the Commonwealth. And we've won top places to work, as well as 2 years in a row, their DEI Best Practices Award for that same period of time. So very proud, again, to continue to focus here. Also won a Campus Forward program through Ripple Match. So these are examples of the types of recognition we get because we believe that our program is strong. And then it's important for us really to make sure that we are driving forward in training and development of our employees. So what you'll see here is a handful of areas that we've invested, whether it's the Leadership Consortium, where we've invested in underrepresented groups to improve and develop in terms of leadership. Better Manager, where we have internal coaching programs. Shane Diamond has come in and helped us develop education program for our managers as well. And then we also drive change through our business resource groups. So for example, our women's business resource group has developed a mentorship program called DK Circles, where there's really a grassroots effort to provide more mentorship and coaching for women across the company. So this is a sampling of the things that we do, but we look to continue to drive forward when it comes to our overall programs of learning, development, career representation, inclusion, and belonging at the company. In terms of total rewards, again, this is another area where it's important for us to really drive forward an overall strategy of inclusion and belonging. So there's a sampling here of some of the benefits we provided. First being expanded benefits coverage. So from a geographic perspective, coming out of Roe versus Wade, we wanted to make sure that our employees were supported should they have to go to any other jurisdiction to get covered benefits, including abortion, or whether it was gender affirmation, fertility, anything else. So we give our employees and dependents $10,000 to travel wherever they might need to go to get those needed benefits. We also provide gender affirmation benefits. So we support employees, whether it's hormone therapy, plastic surgery, other elements when it comes to gender affirmation. And then we also want to be a great place for families and provide an inclusive work environment. So we do things like overall adoption and surrogacy stipends. Anyone in the company that wants to adopt can have a $15,000 stipend to support adoption or surrogacy procedures. We look to also, we just expanded our parental leave as well, for example, up to 14 weeks globally, whether, they are no matter who they are, whether it's adoption or birth. And then we also provide enhanced office accommodations as well. So we've looked to provide gender neutral bathrooms, parenting rooms for nursing mothers and things of that nature. So we'll look to continue to push forward, and we source these things from our employees. We did a total reward survey a little over a year ago, asking our employees what they value, and we look to that to drive what our strategy is going forward. And then lastly, when it comes to total rewards, there's a lot of pay issues that we've seen crop up. Pay transparency is a big focus globally in many jurisdictions. We've launched a project internally to look at how we're going to manage pay transparency across the US, across all of our jobs, pay positions, and pay postings. We're expecting to look at that. We've not yet reached a resolution there, but looking to finalize our approach by the end of Q1 of this year. And what we've also done at various points, but in 2022, we looked at a company-wide pay equity analysis. And preliminary results are very encouraging. And we've seen that there are no statistically significant disparities or inequities between how women or minorities are compensated with their peers company-wide. Continue forward. This is an overall view of our business resource groups. We have 3 business resource groups. The Women's Business Resource Group, DraftKings Pride, and DraftKings Shades. As it says up here, the purpose of these is really to build a strong internal community, but also to impact across the business as well. There's a reason we call them business resource groups and not employee resource groups, because we want to make sure that they're making a business impact. So we look to these groups as sounding boards, and we'll look to explore different ideas and create more belonging across all of our employees through these groups. And these groups also have an outsized impact on the community as well. A couple examples, we participate in the Boston While Black Family Reunion and sponsor the Spades tournament, which I guess is very popular as well. And did something internally where we had a gather at the Green fundraiser as well that we look to raise money for charities that employees elected to donate to. So these are very important to us. We'll look to continue to expand on these groupings as we go forward. Again, but excited to have the representation across the teams. Another element here, when it comes to us being out in the community is our efforts with veterans. So we have a program called Tech for Heroes, where we work with our, across teams within the company to provide training for veterans, and are excited by the impact of this. We've seen over 600 veterans and spouses trained in tech skills since launching the program. 63% of those participants self-identify as non-white as well. So this is one of those areas where we look to give back to the community. Our employees directly participate in the training of veterans across the board, and it has the benefits in many cases of having a local impact as well as an impact in diversity as well. And then on this slide, in terms of the last element of our employee-focused efforts is, as I said before, one of the last elements here is really how do we sustain this? How do we drive this going forward? And we'll look to continue to push forward with enhanced reporting and accountability. Historically, we've always been able to, or we've looked to provide internal transparency and reporting. We're driving more real-time reporting as we go forward into this year so that leaders can make real-time educated decisions and understand how their organizations are trending over the course of time, which we believe will create more accountability and drive us towards hitting our long-term objectives. In terms of supplier diversity, this is an area where I think our approach is going to be similar to our employee approach. I think that we have room to continue to drive forward here. We've given some examples of minority-owned businesses across the board. Our focus really going into this year is to take a similar approach to what we've done with employees. Again, it's about a systematic approach. It's about being better able to understand our supplier demographics, whether it's small businesses, LGBTQ+, women, minorities, veteran status, all of those things. I think that we've begun this journey, but aren't where we want to be and where we aspire to be yet. We're going to continue to look over the course of 2023 to get a better understanding of our overall supplier diversity and look to set realistic goals for our programs as we go forward, and are excited by the fact that we've begun this by creating self-reporting fields within Coupa, which is our internal PO system, and we'll look to understand our supplier demographics to again make progress in this area as we go forward. But are excited by the impact that we've been able to make and the partners that we've been able to build by focusing in the Commonwealth, many of which that you see here as well. And this is the last slide. I think this is an area where we can truly say we are committed to making an impact and to make continued progress in DEI. In terms of overall diversity, we've set goals to hit 35% of women globally by 2025, and 40% of employees in the US being BIPOC by 2025 as well. We'll look to continue to hit these aggressive goals over that period of time on the employee side. And on the supplier side, what we're looking to do over the course of the next year is really getting to a better position to understand our internal information, understand the demographics of our suppliers, and set goals, set realistic and aggressive long-term goals as well. So with that, Chris, I will pass it back to you.
Great, thank you, Graham. Moving on to section 4 of our presentation on responsible gaming, we have Chrissy Thurman, our Senior Director of Responsible Gaming, as well as Stephanie Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chrissy.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Chair, Madam, and Commissioners. And thank you for this opportunity to present our comprehensive approach to responsible gaming. As a native of Massachusetts, I was born here, raised here, went to school here, and spent the predominance of my career locally, predominantly at Harvard Medical School, and prior to joining DraftKings at the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health. From the moment I stepped into Boston headquarters, I heard from so many employees about how important responsible gaming is to their role and their desire to go above and beyond regulatory standards. To that end, I'd like to express my appreciation to the Mass Gaming Commission's strong ongoing commitment to responsible gaming and building an industry-leading responsible gaming framework. At DraftKings, we are continuing to expand our responsible gaming program and have assembled a team of RG experts with extensive experience, including public health and prevention science, with experience in the GameSense program leadership and operationalizing its logic model. I'm excited about the future of responsible gaming at DraftKings and look forward to working together in Massachusetts. With that said, it's my pleasure to share our strategic framework for responsible gaming. Responsible gaming is a top priority for us. Our systems-based public health approach to responsible gaming leverages technology, employee training, evidence-based research, collaboration with third parties, including advocacy groups, and comprehensive player education to promote safe play. Our vision is to build a best-in-class RG program infused with innovation and informed by the latest evidence base. This approach is facilitated through our consultation contract with Cambridge Health Alliance, as Jason mentioned earlier. Our strategic framework is based on 5 key pillars. They are training and education, detection and intervention, external engagements and research, marketing and advertising, and platform tools and resources. And I'll go into a deeper dive on each of these pillars, starting with our training and education program. I strongly believe that the best trained workforce will translate to the most informed player base. Our senior manager for responsible gaming, Julie Hines, as some of you may know as the former director of the GameSense program when she was at the Mass Council on Gaming and Health, works diligently to provide thoughtful and interactive trainings and resources to our employees and our players. To that end, we've created a robust training and education program that engages all employees starting at onboarding and more targeted and nuanced trainings with our customer-facing employees. These trainings ensure our employees are introduced and familiarized to RG from the get-go. This empowers empathy and good decision-making and propels employee morale by doing the right thing. We've also created an intranet specifically for DraftKings employees, which is a one-stop shop that is all things RG at DraftKings. It provides resources like training events and schedules, key DraftKings RG initiatives, facts, quizzes, internal resources, external resources, and current events. In 2021, we engaged with Epic Risk Management, a global gaming harm reduction organization, to provide training on lived experiences on a quarterly basis. Many employees have never known an individual with or heard a story about someone who has a gambling problem. These trainings allow our employees to see firsthand how gaming problems can emerge. We provide an open forum for dialogue and have questions and answers immediately after each training. These trainings are offered to all DraftKings employees and have been extremely well received. Not only do we want to have a well-educated workforce, but we also want our players to be educated. We want them to have all the information and knowledge on how to play on our platforms as possible. We've created education hubs for all our platforms. And in our Sportsbook Hub, you can find information on player literacy, learn the lingo where betting types are explained. As we know, research has indicated improved gaming literacy translates to more informed decision-making and more sustainable players. We provide betting basics like how to read the odds, money lines, over/under, just to name a few, as well as sports guides so players can be informed about the sports they're betting on. Last year, we launched our public-facing responsible gaming resource called dksaferplay.com. It's a website dedicated to promoting safe and positive play. The goal of this site is to advance the knowledge base about RG and PG and to increase safe play tool utilization, to increase gaming literacy, and to provide robust tools and resources for help. This site includes key information about responsible gaming and problem gaming, It provides quizzes, myths and facts, information about limit setting, how to use our tools, how-to videos on how to engage with our tools, information about how to get help in the event of a gambling problem, and the like. The site is available to the public, and you do not have to have an account to access this information. Our responsible gaming motto is, it's more fun when it's for fun. We have set protocols and procedures to help mitigate harm among our players. Regardless of how integrated data science is in our programming, at the end of the day, we are dealing with a person on the other end of the platform, and we know we need to engage with them with honesty, integrity, and transparency. We have a player protection team that is dedicated solely to ensuring that our players engage safely with our products. Our player protection team has the ability to temporarily ban an account all the way up to permanently closing an account. Any player identified to be at risk of potential problematic play is provided with resources like the national 1-800-GAMBLER number, local program gambling helpline numbers, and jurisdictional resources for problem gambling resources. Implementing a systems-based approach involves meaningful engagement with our external stakeholder base. Looking at our external engagements research pillar, we are dedicated to being part of the community that seeks solutions to improve safety and positive play. To that end, we've engaged in a variety of efforts that involve external stakeholders. DraftKings is an active member of the American Gaming Association. We participate as active committees and engage with ongoing research initiatives such as Responsible Gaming Education Month, held annually in September. In 2021, we committed to ongoing support of their Have a Game Plan, Bet Responsibly campaign, and we also adhere to their responsible marketing code for sports wagering. We've engaged with Bet Blocker, which is a free blocking software program that blocks over 18,000 gaming websites. It can be installed on as many devices as a customer would like, and this tool is completely free to use and anonymous. As Jason mentioned earlier, we have a long-standing relationship with the Cambridge Health Alliance Division on Addictions, and we engage with them to provide guidance on evidence-based consultation. As I mentioned previously, we engage with Epic Risk Management, and since 2021 have engaged their services to provide quarterly lived experience trainings. We contributed to the Sports Wagering Fund at the International Center on Responsible Gaming to support groundbreaking research looking at the prevalence and risk in sports betting in the United States. We've also provided funding for the ICG's annual conference. As Graham just alluded to, we have a very strong interest in veterans. DraftKings has engaged in a multi-year financial commitment to Cambridge Research Institute for new research to study the nexus of veterans and responsible gaming, with the goal of advancing evidence-based research in this area and improving the lives of impacted veterans. Most recently, we supported KRI's innovative Military Research Associate Program, also known as MRAP, which assists veterans transitioning from military service to advanced training in mental health research. MRAP is using gambling disorder as the lens to study public mental health. These programs dovetail nicely with our Tech for Heroes program, and DraftKings is the only US-based operator contributing to these projects. We are platinum members of the National Council on Problem Gambling, and our staff sits on various committees. We are active participants in the Problem Gambling Awareness Month, held annually in March, and I'm extremely proud to share that in 2022, we received 3 awards from the National Council. I am humbled and honored to have been awarded the Don Feeney Award for Responsible Gaming Excellence. Julie Hines, our Senior Manager for Responsible Gaming, was awarded the Don Hewlin Award for Advocacy. And the award I'm most proud of is our Team Award. We won the award for Corporate Social Responsibility, an award given to an organization that demonstrated outstanding commitment to social responsibility as it relates to problem gambling in the past year. These awards are a testament to our commitment to our employees and our customers to elevate responsible gaming. As Jason also mentioned, last year, DraftKings announced over a $1.5 million gaming initiative called the State Council Funding Program. It's a multi-year financial commitment to the state affiliates of the National Council on Problem Gambling, unleashing critical funding to support the work of these local nonprofit organizations. We made the conscious decision to fund all state councils, regardless if we are live in the state or not. Each participating council receives $15,000 annually to use at their discretion. And I'm very proud to say that the Mass Council on Gaming Health is a recipient of this donation. We also engage with our peers across the industry. As you have heard some of my colleagues mention previously, we recently committed to the first industry-led responsible gaming standards. The 12-point pledge is a commitment to our principles of responsible online gaming and are recommended as principles for an industry benchmark. All these partnerships are a testament to our systems-based approach. As you can see, we have a robust program that educates our workforce, promotes positive play, and works to minimize gaming-related harm. I'll now pass it over to Stephanie Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer, who will go over our marketing and advertising pillar. And our product and tools and resource pillar will be discussed in our next session. Thank you very much. Steph?
Thanks, Chrissy, and good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am Stephanie Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer. I'm also a lifelong resident of Massachusetts, born in Medfield, and currently live in Needham, and echo the sentiment from Graham. The first thing I hear when I work for DraftKings is, when is sports betting coming to Massachusetts? In partnership with Chrissy and her team, we have a culture of compliance within DraftKings marketing, and we're constantly evolving, learning, and take very seriously our role as a leader in the industry to ensure we promote responsible play. Core pieces of this that the team think about every day are only advertising to those of legal age, no marketing presence at colleges and universities, excluding individuals that have self-excluded from marketing communications, and in general, developing and delivering and distributing holistic end-to-end marketing campaigns across not just our database, but through our social platforms, TV, retail presence, and in stadium. Part of this are dedicated and automated communications, responsible gaming messaging upon first deposit, monthly dedicated communications through CRM across our social platforms at least twice weekly. And as Chrissy mentioned, adherence to the AGA Responsible Marketing Code, as well as engaging and participating in the Have a Game Plan Bet Responsibly campaign. In addition to the training that Chrissy walked through, we also have launched the Practice Safe Bets campaign in 2022 across, again, a holistic end-to-end distribution plan across TV, our platforms, with the goal to encourage and destigmatize the use of responsible gaming tools. So you can see here in the screenshot, the Practice Safe Bets campaign featuring Tony Hawk, which encourages using limit-setting tools and taking breaks. We arrived at this campaign through customer research, multiple rounds, to ensure that the messaging was communicated, resonating, and focusing on what is important, and as well understood to encourage the use of our responsible gaming tools. On the next slide, speaking to our relationship with marketing affiliates, critical to all parts of our marketing strategy, but certainly as we evaluate new business relationships, responsible gaming is top of mind. We collaborate with professionals and companies, individuals that share our commitment to responsible play. We offer education. We partner closely to ensure that the content is meeting our marketing and regulatory standards, such as the helpline information, and our commitment to the AGA Code of Conduct extends to our affiliates. We take this very seriously, and we take action up to and including termination of any partners or relationships we have for non-compliance with the guidelines provided by DraftKings. And before I hand it back over to Chris, I do want to share that this culture of compliance is a focus across the marketing team, embedded in our goals, and an ongoing journey and process that we're constantly evolving.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Chrissy. Moving on to the final section of our presentation on our product and technology, which will lead into a product demonstration. We have Jeremy McCulley, our Director of Product, with us today. So Jeremy, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chris. And good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As Chris said, my name's Jeremy McCauley, Director of Product at DraftKings. I'm also a lifelong resident of the Commonwealth who was born and raised here. I went to college here. I've worked my entire professional career in the Commonwealth at DraftKings, and my family and I still reside in the state. DraftKings is one of the only vertically integrated digital sportsbook operators in North America with our proprietary player account management and sports betting platform. Our PAM is comprised of our user wallet and KYC controls, geolocation system and controls, account information and transaction history, user permissions and restrictions, self-exclusions and cool-offs, and internal marketing, CX, and operational tooling. Our sports wagering platform is comprised of our event and marketing creation, pricing, risk management, trading tools, and bet placement and settlement functionality. Our proprietary technology has received GLI 33 certification and is tested by numerous regulatory agencies on a routine basis for integrity monitoring. Our technology is highly scalable and custom tailored to meet state-specific regulations. The configurability of our platform allows our PAM and sports wagering platform to have unique and specific configurations to prohibit specific markets for events, promotional offers, and more. Our platform has proven uptime of 99.98% and with the ability of processing tens of thousands of bets per minute across the distributed network of all of our servers. Our player account management system has an industry-leading Know Your Customer waterfall, leveraging numerous identity verification providers such as LexisNexis and Socure, who are trusted entities by state and federal agencies and leading financial institutions in the nation. Each of our identity verification vendors checks citizens or national database information, credit header file information, electoral rolls, property records, utility data, and telecom sources to validate patron information. Additionally, each identity verification vendor cross-references our patron data against government watch lists such as Office of Foreign Asset Control, Politically Exposed Persons, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and Social Security Administration master death file to uphold the integrity of our PAM and remain compliant with state and federal laws. For customers that our KYC vendors cannot successfully identify, we leverage a third-party document authentication solution to validate the authenticity of a state-issued driver's license or identification card to augment the onboarding process. We also have the ability to deploy additional authentication mechanisms such as knowledge-based authentication questions, which are typically presented in the form of 3 questions that only the individual signing up for the account should know, and other passive methodologies to ease the onboarding process. Our PAM is supported by the most trusted solution in the geospatial industry, GeoComply. DraftKings has GeoComply's leading solutions integrated directly into our iOS and Android applications, and a downloadable plugin is required for use when operating our digital sportsbook from a laptop or computer device. GeoComply software analyzes over 350 data points per request to ensure DraftKings customers are located in permitted jurisdictions and they are not using any software to circumvent our geolocation controls. Using GeoComply, we can confidently prohibit the use of VPNs, proxy servers, Tor nodes, and many other applications to provide a compliant and safe wagering experience. Geolocation requests from DraftKings player account management platform begin at once the user logs in and then on an interval basis throughout the user session. This is conducted between DraftKings and GeoComply using an algorithm that is dictated by the user's proximity to the nearest state border. And we can jump into the next slide, please. And now I'd like to walk you through a demo of our onboarding experience for a user who would download our iOS or Android application. When downloading the DraftKings Sportsbook app from the iOS or Google Play Store, a user would be required to launch the native app. At this point in time, we are going to require the user to allow their native location services. At this stage, what we are conducting is a site approximation check to determine where the user is so our platform can set up the site experience and the state-specific rules and regulations for that jurisdiction. This is using the coordinates from a user's device, similar to what you would see if you were using Google Maps, Apple Maps, or another GPS location system. Once a user has allowed their locations to be used, which is always required to operate our app, they would see our initial page to sign up with their account. Customers are required to provide us a username, email, and password, and then we proceed them to provide their personal identifiable information. At this stage, we are always requesting that users provide us with their first and last name, their date of birth, their last four of their SSN, and their address. We support Google autocomplete and configurable fields on the form where if we are unable to verify the patron with their first attempt, we will then request the full 9 SSN as part of that verification request. After a user successfully verifies, we proceed to ask for their phone number, and they are required to provide us consent with state-specific agreements as shown on the screen. Next slide. One thing I'd like to call out is at the point of our identity verification check for any account creation, we are also conducting a KYC or excluded patron matching mechanism. DraftKings partners with each of our jurisdictional and regulatory bodies to ingest self-exclusion or prohibited bettor lists, which we store in our database locally. Each identity verification check that we take is cross-referenced against that database internally. And if any user is matched against that using their full 9 SSN or a combination of other data elements, they are excluded from playing on our platform. Additionally, as we ingest these files from regulators, existing accounts that I've previously verified will be blocked in real time. Next slide, please. Moving on to our user wallet, DraftKings does leverage a single wallet for all of our products to provide a seamless experience for all of our customers. A customer who is navigating either through our sportsbook product, casino, or DFS product from state to state will see a consistent experience throughout their wallet, with payment methods varying based on their location and state-specific regulations. Next. And as an example, I'd like to show you what our a deposit experience would be as the user would select an online banking method, which is one of our most preferred by our customers and through the product itself. A user who is logging in will see multiple options here, such as debit card, online banking, PayPal, eCheck, Venmo. We try to do our best to offer players the most secure and most convenient ways to deposit funds. A user who's selecting online banking will have the opportunity to go through this flow where they can select their bank, as you can see here, and it's as simple as them then entering their credentials to their bank. Next slide. And through the partnership with our payment providers and platforms, our users then have to go through multi-factor authentication steps with their bank and our platform to make sure that they are accessing their bank account. It is the authorized user. So they go through both not only a security question, if that is set up, we will then have them send a text message to the phone number on file and or email address. And from there, they can select which account they would like to deposit those funds through. And as you can see on the final page, the user then can confirm their deposit, which is instantaneous from their online banking account to their DraftKings account. For users, we'll want to make sure that getting funds onto the site is a top priority, and getting their money off the site is equally as important and quick. And users have the ability to withdraw to multiple payment methods, such as PayPal, check. We can refund directly to online banking accounts and previously used deposit mechanisms that were used prior for those refund purposes. We will not allow a user to refund to a PayPal, a debit card, Venmo, or checking account that we have never seen used for a prior deposit. Next slide, please. And continue with our withdrawal experience to make sure customers are informed and they know when their withdrawal is going to be provided to them. We ensure that we provide a progress status bar throughout the entire process of the withdrawal. From the moment the withdrawal is submitted by the user to the time it is processed by our agents and our systems, users can see in real time the delivery of the withdrawal and the status, so they can stay informed when they will get their money securely and safely. After depositing and withdrawing, users have the ability to go through their account transaction history and statements. We provide users the ability to sort by product, all products, date range going back 12 months, and seeing specific wagers placed in specific transactions based on the product they were using. As you can see in the third screenshot here, this is an example of a customer could see of a bet they placed on our platform, whether the outcome was positive or negative for them. That they are able to look at the date, the amount, the balance they won, what their ending balance was. We try to provide as much information to our customers. So again, they have all the tools and information required so they feel comfortable and confident using our platform. We also provide the ability for users to see lifetime aggregate amounts of deposits, withdrawals, activity in terms of bet placement, or other activity on our site. So they can not only manage their play, but they can effectively view what they have conducted on our website. For our responsible gaming platform tools and resources, we have multiple mechanisms and tools in place to not only provide user-facing features, but we have back-end automation as well to make sure we are protecting our customers and identifying at-risk behavior. As you can see from the slide here, we have many features that our customers can take advantage of and that are also enacted automatically at our platform. In most states, we have configurable times where after 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or 45 minutes of an activity, we will automatically log a user out of their account. We also have access to easily accessible patron protection pages, our responsible gaming limits that are all custom tailored to meet the requirements of the regulatory body that we are working with to make sure the resources are at the fingertips of our customers when and if they shall need those. Next slide, please. Our patron protection pages can be found on any one of our site experiences when located in permitted jurisdictions. Again, these are custom tailored so that we can provide links to state-specific resources, national hotlines, brochures, and these pages can maintain any content that a regulator would like us to have, so players can access additional resources and understand knowing their limits, what programs are offered, and how they can leverage those tools on our platform. And they always know they can contact us 24/7 if they have any additional questions around our responsible gaming policies and procedures. Next slide. This is an example of our player limits page that our customers would see when going to set a responsible gaming limit. We offer deposit, wager, loss limits, max wager, and time limits. Each limit is offered at a daily, weekly, and monthly level with the exception of max wager and time. For deposit and wager, customers can go in and set daily, weekly, and monthly limits that they can control their play. We also have the ability to set up notifications as a soft limit in the event that a user wants to just be simply notified after they've deposited X amount of dollars into their account. In addition, we offer cool-offs and self-exclusion periods, and we, as discussed, participate in local, state, and federal self-exclusion programs for our customers. This is an example of our cool-off and self-exclusion pages. You can see here our cool-off is supported from 3 days up to 4 weeks. However, this is also controlled at a jurisdictional level. If any regulatory body we work with would like a duration shorter than 3 days or longer than 4 weeks, that is configurable on our platform, and we support that in several jurisdictions. And same with self-exclusion. This is a sample self-exclusion of what we would show in one of our live jurisdictions. However, the durations can again customize based on the location of the user at the time of submitting the request, along with the verification of the patron information's account to validate the submission of that self-exclusion request. Next slide. And just to go a bit further into our ability in terms of processing self-exclusion records and our commitment to ensuring prohibited patrons are not allowed to play on our platform, we have 3 different methods in which we routinely receive excluded patron information to our system. The most preferred by most regulators is using an SFTP server, where DraftKings will do all the work to set up a shared folder. And it's as simple as the regulator providing us a standard CSV file with columns with PII that is then securely transferred over to this SFTP server. Our folder is checking these daily on a cadence of 15 to 30 minutes. Every time we detect a new file, we are able to extract that file, securely transmit it into our system, and begin ingesting those records to our known person database, which again is used at the point of account creation to identify any prohibited patrons and cross-reference our existing patron data to exclude players who joined a list after registering their account. We also support API integrations to do this from a technological standpoint, and a regulator portal if that is already built and supported by the regulatory body itself. Before moving on to the live demo of the sports wagering product, is there any questions I can answer about the material we just went through?
Commissioners,
great.
any questions? Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. I'm just connecting into the meeting now. Second. Okay, let me share my screen. One second. Okay. Wonderful. All right, so now I'll walk the commission through a live demo of our sports wagering product. And sorry, because everyone, is this rendering properly to the screen?
We see it.
Do you, okay, I just want to make sure on our side too, we're able to see the, what I'm going to do in real time.
Just to confirm, Madam Chair, you can see our sportsbook application homepage.
I don't think it's your homepage.
It shows,
Maybe no, it still has the casting box up there, which method you're using.
Yeah, let me try again, 1 second.
Yes, still spinning on HD meeting. There we go. Now you got it.
That employees of DraftKings are provided with. So the experience you see will emulate a user that is located in a permitted jurisdiction. So at this time, I'm going to log in. And we offer biometrics for customers to log in. Once they are auto logged out, they can easily log in just by using the biometrics, whether it's facial recognition or their thumbprint on their device. So I will log in now. I have two-factor authentication enabled on my device. You can see here I received the code. I put that in, and now I've logged into my account. What I'm going to do quickly is just emulate my location into the jurisdiction my phone is set up to, just so again, you can see what a user located in a valid jurisdiction would be able to see. All right. And so anytime a user logs in, this is the experience they will see for our sports betting home screen. For new customers who have just completed the registration process, they will be prompted with several educational material prompts to determine if they want to go through a onboarding process to learn sports betting 101, understanding, as Chris, you're saying, the lingo or the language used that's associated with sports betting, and other information to get them comfortable with using our product before making a decision on whether they'd like to deposit and place a wager. I will show those pages in a second, but before I do, I just want to go through our navigational components quickly, just to show that the screen you see here in terms of the top level nav that I am scrolling, this is all configurable by the jurisdiction that the user is located in. You can see here that it says sportsbook, quick parlay, and other features and products we offer that is tailored to meet the jurisdictional requirements and or what we feel is best for that particular state. We also have a search function, so any user can log in and quickly search for a player, an event, a market, get as quickly as possible to their desired bet selection in the event that they are a more experienced player. Below that, you will see the daily offers, whether it's for new users or based on a jurisdictional cadence. And this is also dictated by the location of the user. And this is dynamic in the sense that if you were in New Hampshire, you would see one set of promotional offers. If you were to go to Connecticut or New York or other states that sports wagering and DraftKings platform is live in, this would change based on your location. And then one of the nicest features we have is our markets available. As you can see, I'm scrolling through here. This is actually dictated based on the user's history of bet placement. So as the user starts placing more wagers in one particular sport or market, we are going to then bring those tiles forward to them. So it's a quick access and easily used way for them to find the market they want to place their wager. And as I was saying earlier, for new customers who are onboarding, we want to make sure that they feel comfortable and that they have all the tools and resources available to them to make the decision to continue using our product. And that starts with Sports Betting 101, where a customer can see all of the basics in terms of how to read odds, what a money line is, what spread betting, over, under, live betting, parlay. And this is a really useful tool for individuals who are interested in sports betting. Maybe they've never placed a bet before. It might seem a bit overwhelming. This is a really easy way for them to just quickly identify that it might not be as scary as they think or as complicated, and to provide them very easy instructions on how to place a money line wager and other wagers supported. And as we were going through, I also want to call out that we provide in our help center not only how to bet, but this is where users will be able to contact our CX team. Again, 24/7, they can look through our FAQ articles before deciding to reach out to our customer support if we are unable to answer their questions with our helpful articles. Additionally, we have our house rules document upload center. And as you can see here in the screens that we went through before, our patron protection center not only will include our patron protection page. Again, this is jurisdictionally set up for New York, so you're going to see state-specific resources there. But our customers are also able to go to their player limit section, and they're able to set their deposit, wager, max wager, and time limits, which are set on an hours per day basis. We structure all of this in an easily findable place for our customers to make sure, again, that they are comfortable when using our platform. And for customers, yes.
On this page, this is where the homepage, this is where I would go. Can you show me? No, this is not the homepage.
This is the homepage here.
Yeah, okay. Can you show me responsible gaming language?
Yep.
Oh, you shifted.
Yeah, so our responsible gaming.
But I actually was wondering if it's on the actual, is there something on the homepage?
On the homepage, it would not be. It would be within the My Account section. If you were on our full desktop or mobile site, you'd be able to see that in the footer. We also are able to, you see up here where it has the DK logo, we are also able to configure this to place RG disclaimers and other any state-specific requirements on this homepage. So it's highly customizable to show that. New York just does not have any of these required, so that's why you don't see any here.
Oh, so it's New York. So, and if you could just show me where it would go, like in a state that's required, where would it be?
Yep, so I can transition really quickly to.
Oh, I was actually pointing to the front, the homepage, like where.
Oh, yep, no problem. So that we could show disclaimers not only where you see the DK Crown logo right up top. We could also add it to the bottom of the page itself. If you look down and see where it says home, in-game, my bets, we can also make it configurable to show any RG disclaimers or links to RG there as well.
Yeah, so it could link to your page on responsible gaming too, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Thanks, sorry to disrupt.
Nope, not a problem at all. Feel free to interject at any time for Madam Chair or any of the commissioners.
Thank you.
And continuing with the sports betting experience, for users who, I'm just going to walk through now the process of placing a wager for our customers. So I already have a balance in my account, as you can see, and then I've selected this weekend's NFL market, and just going through here, users are able to easily see the spread, the total in terms of the over under, or the money line. We make it very simple for users to not only place a wager, but they can see their bet slip pop up. They can place the wager, the amount they would like to wager. We have pre-selected denominations of 1, 5, and 20. Users are also able to submit the value of their liking based, again, on their limits that are set and what is available in their balance. For the purpose of this bet placement, I'm just going to submit $1. I'm going to place that bet. And then you can see here that I've successfully placed this wager. and it tells me who I picked, the Seahawks money line, the wager, and the total payout in the event that my bet is going to win. And then I can click done, and then I can navigate to the My Bet section. And here's where I'm able to see all open bets that are currently associated to my account. So as you can see here, I had a pre-existing bet for the Boston Celtics to cover the spread tonight at 9.5, and I have the Seahawks here as well. What I can do based on a per market and per event basis is also utilize the cash out function. So this will allow me to cash my bet out early before the game ends and reclaim some of the funds that I wagered. So just to show you that as an example, I would like to cash this out. I'm going to confirm, and I've cashed this bet out, and I've been paid out 91 cents for the dollar I wagered. Okay, to navigate back. And in addition to placing a straight bet, we can also walk through placing a parlay and same game parlay. For customers who want to place wagers on multiple events, they can select, again, just easily go through our bet slip. As you can see here, I'm going to put $1 on the LA Chargers money line. And then if I'd like to parlay that or add more, I can click add more. My bet slip, as you can see, will stay at the top of this, at the bottom of the screen. So I can see what my odds are. And then I can select an additional game. And I'm going to select the Miami Dolphins money line as well. And then here is my standard parlay that is set just on 2 different events. And I can see I can either place single individual wagers, or I have the ability to just place the parlay, which I will do for $2. And at this point in time, I can see the odds that are offered. I can see the payout and the amount that I'm looking to wager. I can place this wager again successfully. And at this point in time, a geolocation check, as I said, is conducted at my first login and then continually throughout my session using the app. And that's based on my proximity to the nearest border, based on an interval that GeoComply is passing back to our systems with each check that they're analyzing. And I am done placing this wager. And as you can see here, there are also same game parlays. This is a feature that is very new to the industry. Only a handful of operators are using this. As you can see.
Can I stop you for 1 second? This is Commissioner O'Brien. Can I just ask, is there a step that was needed to actually put that through? Because I'm wondering how you're sitting in Boston and
Yes.
looking like you're putting a bet through on your app.
Yeah. If you saw, if my screen didn't render that earlier, I apologize. I am using a test account internally for employees. So I have specific configurations and rules that are set up for my account to emulate that if I was in a permitted jurisdiction. So I was able to, yes,
The
I'm
whole
on
thing is
a,
fabricated, so to speak. You're not overriding geolocation.
that is correct. Yes,
Got it.
I'm on our local VPN, which is set up with GeoComply for this very purpose. So we
Got
can
it.
test the product and emulate what the experience of a user located in the Commonwealth would be.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And sorry, going back to placing a same game parlay, just walking through here, I will go to this offer. So as you can see here, tap here to enable same game parlay. So at this point in time, I can now place wagers specifically on the outcome of the Giants and Minnesota Vikings game by picking the spread and parlaying that with a prop bet or other events offered within this market for this particular game. And the odds will be slightly better for the same game parlay and the same experience where I can go through, I can place that wager. Again, at this point in time, still with working with GeoComply, making sure I'm within a permitted jurisdiction to place that wager. And before I conclude our technology demo in terms of placing a bet, the ease of use in terms of the navigational experience for those customers, is there any questions I can answer for the commission about the experience you see in front of you here or what we reviewed prior in the slide deck?
Questions?
Madam Chair, I'm not so sure I have a question about the platform, but it's been brought up in the last minute or so about the in-game bets. And I think I heard you say that this is relatively new to the industry.
That would
And
be
I
the
guess-
same game parlay feature.
It was the
Yeah,
same
thank you.
game, the same
Thank-
game.
Yep, thank you. Can you talk or elaborate a little bit about this new scheme, if you will,
Yep,
to
Greg,
educate us?
Uh,
of course.
I can,
Would you-
Commissioner Hill, on the line, we also have Greg Carolus, who's our Senior Vice President of Sportsbook. He may be best positioned to answer that question. Greg, if you're on.
Yeah, sure. So the same game parlay feature has probably been around in the market for around 2 years, 18 months, something like this, in the US market, that is. And that's where basically you can build a bet where it's selections from the same event which are related. So obviously, if you take a certain team to win and then you pick a couple of touchdown scorers to also score from that same team, you wouldn't just do a multiplication of the odds to arrive at a price for the user. You would have to do a calculation that takes into account the fact that all of these different selections are related, and that's the so-called same game parlay. And that feature is now evolved where you can actually, as well as having this as just one, a bet with just this event, you can actually then parlay this into another event. So you could take this with other outrights, or you could take this into an NBA single game to create a parlay with this same game parlay. So it's just a way of creating a bet with selections which are related from the same event, basically. So it's been in the industry a while. It's evolving. There's extensions to it now where this can be done through live pre-packs now as well, and live builders, and it's something which is definitely taking off in the US market.
So when it comes to the odds, is that an in-house thing that dictates the odds? Because during the game, and I think we had a discussion with another applicant at one point. So at the 50-yard line, who's going to get the next touchdown? Well, as we get closer to the goal line, now we're on the 10-yard line. Those odds are changing as the ball is moving down the field. Is that all dictated by DraftKings, or is it an outside source that directs those odds?
So it depends for what part of the product. So for all of our live in-game bets, for the majority of them, I should say, we dictate the pricing. We do use third parties primarily to power live incident data, and for some pricing, we use third parties to power certain in-game live markets, minute-to-minute markets for players in game as well. All of those vendors have gone through the licensing they need to in the States, which we use them, and it would be the same in Massachusetts. So
if you can answer this publicly, in case I'm asking something that may have to go in an executive session. So if let's say I'm one of those bettors and I have 3 companies on my phone. Is it possible, or is it probable that those odds could be different in all three companies on the same game parlays?
Greg, I apologize. Commissioner Hill, just because of sensitivities around competitiveness, if that is—
That's why I'm asking. Yeah.
Yes, if that is a question we can answer in executive session, we'd appreciate that.
So Todd, if you could write that down, I'd appreciate that, please.
Can I just follow up on that? Under our statute, and I apologize, I haven't looked at this most recently, so I may be wrong. So Todd, if you're listening, in-play are considered tier 2 by statute, so you have to use official data or data that you've entered into an agreement with the operator, being you. So it's either official data. So those bets are treated a little bit differently in terms of the data feed in Massachusetts. Does that ring a bell with anyone here, lawyers involved?
It definitely rings a bell. I'd have to go double check the actual language. I understand the question.
Yeah, I think in the definitions alone, it's referenced. So that's just something to keep in mind now that we've had a few discussions around in play that's considered tier 2. I don't know if we have that on our reg scheme, and I'm not hearing our applicant addressing it. So, but I'm wondering, in other jurisdictions, is there a particular data fee requirement in play?
There are certain states that, and I apologize, I don't have the statute right in front of me. As far as official league data, we do work with partners that provide official league data in multiple jurisdictions, and we meet any state-specific regulatory or statutory requirements. So it's not something we're unfamiliar with. I just apologize, I don't know offhand if there is a statutory.
It's actually about 3 inches from my hand right now, but I just don't want to pick it up because I've got Joe from GLI who is probably going to be able to respond.
Yeah, so just really quickly, it's 205 CMR 24705, data sources and official league data, except as otherwise provided. A sports wagering operator may use any licensed data source to determine the results of all Tier 1 sports wagers and Tier 2 sports wagers subject to the conditions that are listed under that regulation.
So you're saying both? I think under the statute, we can get that.
I read that straight off.
The details, yeah, that's the reg. The details aren't important. I guess my only point was to Commissioner Hill that the data that the legislature did dictate a little bit about the data use, the data feed here.
Madam Chair, we also, specific to DraftKings and any questions around data, on the line, we have Jake List, who's our Senior Director of Regulatory Operations. He may be able to speak to this at a high level, if that would be helpful.
To the extent that it's going to help educate me, I would welcome that. Thank you so much.
Sure, Jake.
Thanks, Chris, for the introduction, and good morning to Madam Chair and the commissioners. The reference that you're citing about potentially requirements to use official league data, we do have similar requirements in a few other jurisdictions already. So in terms of if there was, a wish to do something similar in Massachusetts, we're already partnering with the major US sports leagues, and this wouldn't be an issue for DraftKings.
And Madam Chair, we did look at the statute. I apologize. We did look at the statute, and it's not prescriptive, but it does give the sports governing bodies a right to request official league data. And in the instance that takes place, as Jake said, we do already work with many of the league vendors to provide the data.
Right. It is where they can step in or they approve some other kind of arrangement. Great. Thank you. So I just wanted to reference that, Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, if there are no other questions, thank you, Jeremy, for the product demonstration. Specific to your questions around the RG, responsible gaming disclosures within the application, if it would be helpful, we could follow up with some visuals of within the application and the website where those disclaimers would go, if that's something that the commission would like.
We would welcome that. I just happened to notice I couldn't find any RG icon or anything on the front page, and seems that would be a good place to start. So if your system allows for it, I'm not sure what our actual regs will require on that. So
we'll provide some examples following the hearing so that you have it for your reference.
Thank you. All right.
So that
on the technology just before he closes, Mr. McCauley.
Great. Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners. That now concludes our affirmative presentation and product demonstration. We appreciate the commission's thoughtful consideration of our application and respectfully request that the commission find Crown MA Gaming LLC, doing business as DraftKings, preliminarily suitable and issue a Category 3 license for the operation of mobile sports wagering in the Commonwealth. We thank you again and remain ready to answer any questions you may have.
And so thank you so much. We appreciate the application and we appreciate the presentation and demonstration. We do have our own in-house experts. We've GLI just stepped in just a moment ago that we'd like to hear from. I'm going to do a little check-in on my fellow commissioners. We could go through that and then do a lunch break perhaps and return to our section by section analysis for the applicant, if that works. It's a good quarter of 12. Commissioners? Works for me. Okay, that works. All right.
Works for me as well, Madam Chair.
Excellent. So we'll get going. The next, it is 4B on our agenda. And this is the presentation analysis relevant to the review and evaluation of DraftKings application. And we will be looking at the technical components that GLI will present to us. We'll then look at the report on suitability presented by our own IEB. And then we will have RSM follow up on the financial and economic impact. So turning to GLI. Good morning again, Joe. Thank you for stepping in earlier.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I just have a kind of a brief story. It was 10 years ago where a friend of mine, John Aguiar, said, hey, you should meet this company I'm getting involved with. And I went out for drinks and met a couple of his colleagues. It was good to see you, Paul and Mr. Robbins. They'll know me as Joe Tall. And since there was some brief talk about me living in Boston, I had been out west for a while, I could not think about going back to Boston and shoveling snow. So since I took the blue pill and did not see how far the rabbit hole goes, DraftKings was maybe 10 people at the time, Paul. Yeah, so it was quite a while ago. It's kind of wild that here we are. So with that, I will hand it off to my colleague, account executive for Massachusetts, Gabe Benedict.
Okay, Gabe, thank you.
And good morning, Chair and Commissioners. As Joe alluded to, I'm Gabe Benedict for GLI, and I'm your rep for Massachusetts. I cover you guys. I'm here to give an overview of the submittal, certification, and verification process regarding mobile applications and other digital platforms approved by the Commission. The submittal preparation includes the following. If it is a platform we are familiar with, a modification list from the last submission to one or more U.S. jurisdictions will be requested and reviewed to set the project plan for Massachusetts, considering any changes to the platform and all specific Massachusetts rules and regulations. During that process, we will review the technology architect documentation, which is a complete, comprehensive, and technically accurate description and explanation of the sports wagering systems. This includes a description of all hardware devices and virtual servers, a description of all server and client software modules, including the software versions, the layout of all the network communications between the various software and hardware modules, and an explanation of all third-party integrated systems. Now, post the technical documentation review, the critical files regarding compliance will be identified and documented. Then a complete project plan is put in place, taking into account the unique architect and design of the platform and the specific Massachusetts Gaming Commission rules and regulations. The lab will run a supervised compilation of the source files, the signature of those files, and the complication steps and the signatures of the compiled code. Once complete, the source code can be submitted for testing in a locked down environment. GLI will then review the player account management platform known as PAM for registration, age, identification verification, account controls, payments, reporting, responsible gaming controls, required disclosures, and geolocation. Now, geolocation testing commences in two parts. A field test to verify borders through sampling along the entire border while completing edge case technical tests. The field test would also cover any other restricted areas defined by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. A subversive workaround detection will commence in the lab, including but not limited to VPN and proxy usage, GPS spoofing, code manipulation, and man-in-the-middle attacks. GLI will verify the sportsbook in total for events, markets, point spreads, bet acceptance, and the corresponding timestamps and logging. We'll verify the enforcement of betting limits in all edge cases. We'll also verify the pre-event and live data feeds, post-event bet settling, the corresponding timestamps, and all logging and reporting. We will also review the change management process and procedures. After all the technical checkoffs are met, certifications can be issued when GLI verifies the changes made for Massachusetts specific deployments, including source code differential and change testing to the last reviewed version. And GLI has evaluated that the product has met all the Massachusetts specific requirements. After certifications are issued and the MGC accepts them, field verification will be conducted in conjunction with the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. This procedure will be finalized in the upcoming weeks, and during that time, the following will commence. Verification at the production server, including verification of critical file signatures, reviews of internal controls for procedures to operate the book. We'll check technology for configurations such as proper setup of roles and user rights assignments, and potentially interview key personnel to ensure they know and will follow procedures from the internal controls. At this point, they will have met the technical requirements for operations of a sportsbook in the Commonwealth. And this concludes our presentation of the submittal, certification, and verification process.
Questions for Gabe and Joe? And you'll be available should something come up, so you'll be on call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll turn to, I guess it's Attorney Kramer, Counselor Kramer. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The IEB submitted a report regarding the preliminary suitability of Crown Mass Gaming LLC doing business as DraftKings. This applicant is seeking an untethered Category 3 license. The IEB performed this review for preliminary suitability in accordance with the standards and criteria set forth in 205 CMR 215.01 subsection 2. As a precursor to this review, the licensing division, in conjunction with the IEB, performed a scoping review of the applicant under section 5B of 23N, and we identified 4 entities and 4 individuals that we designated as qualifiers in connection with DraftKings application. Those qualifiers are listed on pages 1 and 2 of our report. The licensing division has performed a review of the existing submissions for deficiencies, and there are no substantive deficiencies. There have been ongoing communication over some pieces. The applicant has been responsive and nothing significant is outstanding. As mentioned, the IEB's review was performed in accordance with the reg. The governing regulation is set forth on page 3 of our report. I note again that this review was done for preliminary suitability and we did not perform a full suitability investigation. Our team was comprised of contract investigators, including former members of the State Police Gaming Enforcement Unit, which was Attorney Mike Banks and his team, as well as contract investigators from the firm of RSM. Their work was being performed with the collaboration and the oversight of the IEB. The review for preliminary suitability is summarized in the report, and it includes the following: a summary of DraftKings licensing status as disclosed in its application, a summary of its compliance history in other jurisdictions as disclosed in its application, a summary of pending litigation valued at over $100,000 as disclosed in its application, a summary of the open source review of the applicant and individual qualifiers, but not entity qualifiers pursuant to the reg. And with respect to the RSM side, that team prepared a report that appears as Exhibit 1. They reviewed disclosed financial information of the applicant, and in this case, their review was supplemented by the financial filings of the publicly traded ultimate parent company, DraftKings Incorporated, as filed with the SEC. They presented financial ratios, and reviewed forecasting submissions submitted by the applicant, as well as summarized self-reported history of judgments. At this point, I would rest on the report, and of course, we have members of the teams available for any questions.
Questions for Attorney Kramer, commissioners at this stage? Or do we want to, if we have questions, do we want to hold till G on suitability?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how we've been doing it historically. I was going to hold mine until we get back to G.
I think it makes sense, given that we have RSM waiting tomorrow. And Kathleen, you're available later in the day?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, then we'll turn to RSM. And I will make a little introduction for RSM. RSM is one of the leading providers of audit, tax, and consulting services in the United States, and we appreciate that they've been working with the Gaming Commission to help us understand insights and analysis with respect to financial component of your application. So I have Connor. And
hi, Madam Chair.
Good morning still. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Nice. Yeah, we already saw you earlier today, so thank you.
Yep. I will go ahead and share my screen.
Thanks, Connor.
So hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Connor Lachlan, a director in RSM Strategic Finance and Financial Planning and Analysis Group. I have a 12 plus years of experience in finance, accounting, and investment banking. I just want to say that RSM appreciates the opportunity to present to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We understand the importance of the licensing process and the importance of these meetings. As Commissioner Judge Stein has indicated, the RSM team has been asked to join the meeting and make a presentation related to certain aspects of the applications. Please note, RSM is not presenting on all aspects of the application. Specifically, RSM has been asked to provide insights based on our experience and research into the following specific application sections: the description of the applicant's sports wagering operation, their projected Massachusetts revenue, the applicant's financial stability and integrity to operate in the state of Massachusetts. We will also provide any general observations that we conclude may benefit the commission in their review of the applicant. The three areas RSM will speak to today include an overview of the sports betting market in Massachusetts and the US, and how RSM utilized certain market data to test financial projections, applicant projected gross gaming revenue, market share and hold percentages, and finally, an analysis of the applicant's current liquidity position. We will reserve sections 2 and 3 for executive session. Similar to our other presentations to the commission, I'll begin by providing some insight into how third-party equity analysts are estimating the current market size and hold percentage. RSM utilized market research to test the reasonableness of each Category 3 applicant's financial projections. As illustrated on slide 4, we've compared the total applicant pool's estimated market share to how the market is estimating the current Massachusetts addressable OSB market in terms of gross gaming revenue. As presented, the current applicant pool is estimating that the Massachusetts market will be approximately 300 million higher in 2027. Please note that no one has a crystal ball on estimating the total opportunity for the Boston addressable online sports betting market, and the combined applicant pool estimation may very well be appropriate in Boston, Massachusetts market. In addition to the market size, RSM also researched the year-over-year growth trends estimates as provided by Truist and Deutsche Bank market research for the state of Massachusetts in order to, again, test the reasonableness of each applicant's projections. The chart presented here excludes 2023 through 2024, as this is estimated to be beyond 300% growth. Generally speaking, DraftKings growth rate for 2024 through 2027 is directionally in line with these third-party estimates. Moving on to slides 6 and 7, we want to provide some insight into the total iGaming market share. The current US market is dominated by 3 major players. FanDuel at 33%, followed by BetMGM at 21%, and then by the Applicant DraftKings at 19% are the top players in the United States OSB market and iGaming market. Finally, RSM utilized information from other states and third-party research to develop a benchmark for hold percentage. We have deduced that a range of 8 to 12% is the likely range for hold percentage in competitive states and the expected hold percentage rate expected in the state of Massachusetts. And we expect that default Massachusetts will fall in the 8% range. I will now provide a high-level overview of our observations regarding the applicant's financial projections. The applicant, Crown Massachusetts, will be a local online gaming arm of parent company DraftKings, a publicly traded company. We were provided a comprehensive view of projected operations in the Commonwealth from 2023 to 2027. We reviewed the applicant's revenue projection information and compared to market analyst Deutsche Bank equity research reports and Truist Securities. These were both gaming industry specific reports, both issued in October of 2022. The revenue projection section, executive may be warranted as RSM's plan discussion contains competitively sensitive information specific to Crown Massachusetts' estimated market share. Given the sensitive nature of the information, I'll provide just a high-level overview of Crown Massachusetts projections and reserve further sensitive information for executive session. The applicant, in accordance with section C2, has submitted a financial forecast for operations within the Commonwealth. The submitted forecast contains 3 scenarios: a base case, an upside case, and a downside case. In each of the submitted scenarios, the applicant provided a 5-year financial projection of sports wagering activity in Massachusetts, covering estimated handle, gross gaming revenue, hold percentage, and net gaming revenue. Gaming revenue estimates have been used to independently calculate an expected market share projection based upon our market research. The applicant did not self-report an anticipated market share percentage capture rate. At a high level, the projected GGR projections and resulting market share are in line with the market share capture percent achieved by the applicant in other jurisdictions. As the commission is aware, revenue is closely tied to hold percentage. Crown's assumption is in line with the hold percentage one would expect in a competitive state operation. Again, due to the confidential nature of DraftKings projections, I'll reserve further commentary for executive session. With that, this concludes RSM's public portion of our presentation. I will stay on to see if the MGC or DraftKings has any questions.
Thank you, Connor.
No questions. No questions from the DraftKings side at this time. We'll look forward to the discussion in executive session. Thank you.
Okay, so we talked about breaking lunch in this juncture, but before we do that, Councilor Grossman, I think it would be great if you could just do a quick check-in on where we are on items that we're considering for executive session. Do we all agree that we want to have Connor rejoin us on the finance side? And it sounds as though the applicant would like to add in, so that makes sense. RSM, and then there was at least one other maybe potential item?
Yes, it was the in-game wager odds, the dynamic nature of them, and whether they are typically consistent amongst operators.
Right. Anything else so far, commissioners? All right. So it is 12:02. What if we come back at 12:35 and begin our section by section review of the application? And that will follow with at least an executive session covering the 2 items we've identified so far. Right? Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we're just waiting perhaps for the Commissioner now. Bills. I'm just wondering if you could perhaps reach out to, or Crystal, to Commissioner. Oh, here he is. There he is. Great. Thank you. There we go. Okay, we'll get started then. This is a reconvening of a public meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're holding this meeting publicly, so I'll do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Okay, excellent. So we are now turning to item 4C on our agenda, and we continue our consideration of DraftKings application for Category 3 untethered sports wagering operator license. Thank you again for your presentation this morning. And now, Commissioners, I propose that we walk through the application as we have done with each application that has come before us previously. We should consider whether the applicant's response proposal meets expectations, exceeds expectations, or fails to meet expectations. Just a reminder, though, in this context, since we have to consider the applications holistically at the conclusion of this individual review, which we are anticipating to be later in the month, this initial assessment as to whether the expectations have been met will be preliminary in nature, just to see whether we have a general consensus, and is subject to modification once we have a chance to move through our evaluations of each application and the broader landscape is in greater focus. We have preserved flexibility in this process. A reminder, one or more commissioners may seek supplemental information from the applicant to any component of their application. And as part of this process, again, as we have done before, we should consider any conditions that we might like to see in the event that a license is awarded to this applicant. And as I just referenced, at the end of the process, on or about the 18th and 19th, we should identify any variation between the applicant's proposal in this category as it relates to others. So at this juncture, we will turn to section B of the application. Do we have questions, commissioners, for the applicant?
Madam Chair, I can start off. And this is in no way to take away from your record on responsible gaming, which we'll get to later. And there's a lot of positive to talk about. But in some of the examples that you put in B and you talk about your promos and stuff, almost all of them say free bets. And so I'm wondering if you guys could address sort of the trend in some of the regulations that are coming, eliminating that phrase and how you would adjust some of those.
We can have Steph Sherman, our Chief Marketing Officer, answer that question.
Yes, thank you. So we certainly have used that phrase in marketing. We're consistently evaluating the language that we use and will always be fully in compliant with any regulations set forth by the Commission.
So do you have any plans at the moment to move away from that phrase, absent regulatory mandates?
From the phrase
a free bet.
Free bets. We at this point, we in certain jurisdictions have specifics to the marketing across jurisdictions. We can follow up with specifics as it relates to how we promote free bets across the various jurisdictions.
Okay. So I read that you've done changes in certain jurisdictions already, or you're working on it?
It varies based on jurisdiction, and we comply with all the terms required. For example, if something is required to be a free bet, the promotion is a truly free bet without any other actions needed for the consumer.
Got it. Okay. And then just a housekeeping, because I asked this question of an applicant the other day, but I believe the answer to this is you have done this already. And I wanted to thank you for it, that you have in fact already registered and paid the taxes on the DFS portion of the business for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
That's correct, Commissioner O'Brien, we have.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'll go next then. I think it'd be really helpful for me to learn a little bit more about a partnership you have, perhaps mainly because I'm wondering if they're not unique across the industry, and then also how you navigate any potential, if any, conflicts. I think I understand that you have an exclusive betting agreement with the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, which is a mixed martial arts league, and with what I assume is the athlete, Conor McGregor. I am wondering if you could elaborate on that, because it seems to me these partnerships might be common given the threat of sports and athletes' interests. And with Mr. McGregor, I assume it's still active as a competitive athlete.
Yes, happy to answer this one as well. So we do have an active relationship with the UFC, as well as active relationships with some MMA fighters. And these deals have been formed through partnership with the sports governing body in all cases. And the governing bodies were also approved, part of and involved in approving the promotional messages across whether it be UFC or the fighters as well. And similarly, we also have deals with professional sports teams to promote our brand, as do other operators in the space as well.
And what about the individual athlete? Is like Conor McGregor? Do you have an arrangement with him too?
Yes, we have active relationships with MMA fighters specific to Conor McGregor. We have in the past, and specifics regarding the deal terms. Happy to share more. Would request that be part of the executive session in terms of specifics of the partnership.
That seems to me to be a question for Mr. Grossman. I'm not necessarily looking for the terms of the deal, just whether those arrangements occur, and then if it is something that could be discussed publicly, then perhaps I'm thinking if there's an attorney in the room, are there guardrails put up to manage potential conflicts?
Chair Judge Stein, I think, any specifics as to the contract that we have with Mr. McGregor would be appropriate for executive session. As to the actual relationship and what he does, as part of that, Steph can speak to that.
Yes, in 2022, we did work with Conor McGregor specifically to do social posts, primarily promoting DraftKings, as well as a few other current MMA fighters as well. So to
Right.
directly answer your question, yes,
That's
we have
and
active.
this is helpful for us, really, as a comparison. So thank you. And Commissioner Hill, I'll turn it to you.
So let me see if I can ask it in a different way. I brought this up a couple of days ago with another applicant where I'm starting to see a lot of partnerships between sports betting companies and individual athletes. And I think, Madam Chair, you asked specifically what guardrails or what potential guardrails are being put into place to ensure the integrity of sports betting and these athletes, as well as the sports that they represent. This is all relatively new, and these partnerships are relatively new, but they're starting to pop up almost everywhere that we see a sports betting company doing some advertising. It's worrisome to a regulator, quite frankly, to see how close an athlete is to a company and to the sport they represent. So the specific question is, what guardrails are being put into place to ensure the integrity of not only your company, the athlete, and the sport that they represent?
Right, and to be clear, I want to be clear that my position is that I'm imagining this can be managed, and I know that Commissioner Hill's establishing, the concerns. So, but I guess we would like to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jake List, who is our Senior Director of Regulatory Operations, he can speak to that and the integrity concerns that you're raising in connection with these partnerships.
His computer just crashed.
Yeah, okay, and I apologize, but I was just told that his computer just died. So he'll be rejoining in a second. At a high level, we have these partnerships in place. We work with the leagues to ensure that there's list sharing, between operators and leagues to identify prohibited players that are not able to wager on our platforms, that are participants in the contests. We work with outside groups, integrity monitors, to assist with that process, as well as our regulatory partners, such as, if we're fortunate enough to be selected to participate in the Commonwealth, the MGC. So there's a few redundancies, whether, we work with the leagues themselves, the commissioners, the regulators, as well as outside third-party integrity monitors to ensure that these athlete participants are not able to wager on the platform because they are prohibited bettors.
So can I do a follow-up, Commissioner Hill? And this is really helpful, and I'm going to really Google Mr. McGregor after this. I'm a little bit embarrassed. I'm not familiar with him as an athlete, so my apologies. MMA is on my adult children's list and not mine right now. But are you saying that your concern is just with respect to Mr. McGregor betting on himself, as opposed to where there's a partnership, you offering betting on a league in which he participates? Do you have any restrictions on that?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's more holistically, it's not specific to a Conor McGregor relationship. It would be with any relationship we enter into. I think that a way to kind of look at it that may be helpful is not only do we have these, Conor McGregor is an example of a relationship with an athlete in a combat sport. It's an individual sport, but we have a relationship with the parent company, UFC. We have relationships with all of the leagues, and a lot of the downstream, ensuring integrity comes from those relationships with the leagues. So we ensure integrity by working with our league partners. If there are other specific individual athlete examples that you have, none come to my mind, I apologize. But in that instance, Conor McGregor, who I believe may be retired at this point.
That's what I wondered.
Yeah, but he was fighting a couple of years ago. But we do have a relationship with the UFC, and we work with them.
So if he's not fighting, it's not as relevant, perhaps, to our discussion. But if you had that one, and then I don't mean to pick on one individual athlete versus another, but just it's in the application. An active athlete. What I'm hearing is that the guardrails really are reserved the integrity as to the athlete, so that he or she can't bet on their events. But I'm not hearing anything that suggests that other regulators require further restrictions.
Well, certain leagues, and I see that Jake was able to reboot his computer, so he is the subject matter expert. I'll turn it over to him in a second. But certain leagues do not allow us to enter into relationships with active athletes. NBA, NFL, MLB, UFC was unique in that regard. But Jake, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would cite as another example. We've also sponsored the golfer Bryson DeChambeau in conjunction with the PGA. As far as regulatory requirements, yes, they are focused on preventing the athletes themselves from betting, and we ingest lists of professional athletes to make sure those people blocked correctly for those purposes. There can also be additional requirements, like in terms of licensing for brand sponsors. So essentially, like an athlete or a league, if the relationship that we've formed with them is as a marketing vendor, sometimes that does undergo additional due diligence, which has happened in a few states in respect of these partnerships.
Thank you. I think we got a little sense of the landscape. I appreciate it very much. Other questions, commissioners?
So I'd follow up sort of in that regard in terms of, and this again, we can maybe reserve this for responsible gaming, but some of those relationships, to the extent they're allowed, are professional celebrity endorsements or spokespeople. Do you have a vetting process in terms of looking not only at what their sort of official body of work is, but any other conduct that could reflect on the company?
Steph, is that something that you want to take?
Yeah, so Stephanie Sherman, CMO. So with regards to a marketing process around partnerships, individuals, companies, vendors that we work with, we do have a process in partnership with a variety of different organizations within the company to help vet, do relevant checks depending on the type of partnership, in addition to what Jake was referencing in terms of a regulatory and compliance and more thorough vendor registration or partnership process. So yes, in terms of a process that encompasses beyond the strict regulatory and compliance components, but also from a marketing standpoint, partner suitability.
Okay, so that's sort of cross-division assessment.
That's right.
Other questions on section B? I have another one. But I want to yield to my fellow commissioners if they have something.
I do, but I yield to any of the others who haven't asked anything yet.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So this comes up in B. There's a significant amount of users in the Commonwealth that you already have signed up. I don't know if the number is public, so I'm not going to give it. But how did you acquire those users? Are they people who are in other states? Are they, quote unquote, free play? Like how were those acquired?
Thank you, Commissioner Maynard. I would ask that any discussion specific to number of customers in the Commonwealth be reserved for executive session. We have offered daily fantasy sports in the Commonwealth, which we developed a customer base in that regard. We also have Massachusetts residents that have signed up for our sports book in other jurisdictions, such as New Hampshire, where we operate. So those are two examples of how we built a database in the Commonwealth to date. To get in front of one of the questions I believe we've done, and we submitted some information on this, we've done no pre-launch marketing specific to the Commonwealth to this point, and are awaiting guidance from the commission, if that is permitted. So none of our customer database accumulation has been in connection with OSB Massachusetts specific marketing.
Thank you.
Does that answer, or would you need more information to an executive session?
Nope, that answers the question.
Great, all set then. Commissioner O'Brien, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. So it's page 60 on the full out PDF. I believe B3A, one of the answers in B3A. You have a chart that sort of looks at the satisfaction rate of some of the services, the different categories. You break it down, I believe from 2020. If everybody has that in front of them.
Scrolling.
Apologize.
Still scrolling.
Okay, that's B3A, SB satisfaction. Is that the chart you're referring to?
Correct. Yep. So my question is the most satisfaction is found for the promos and the offers types of bets, logging in, stability of the site, that sort of thing. The bottom, once you pass the 50%, when I was looking at, was there a consistent theme at the bottom? And from the bottom, it says researching wagers, checking stats, signing up registration, options for withdrawing, options for depositing, speed of withdrawal. We're sort of in descending order from lowest and up. So I'm wondering if you can speak to what, if anything, you've done since 2020 to address that cluster that's down in sort of the 30% or low 30s.
Sure, yeah, I'll have Jeremy speak at a high level to some of the features that are available in the sports book that may address those specific sections of the
Thank you.
and anything specific that isn't public. We just ask that that piece potentially be brought to executive session, but at a high level, Jeremy can give a response.
And thank you for the question, Commissioner O'Brien. I'm just looking at the slide now, and to answer your question, if this was dated in 2020, that was nearly 2 years ago now for our platform. So the addressable market and the available jurisdictions where our product was offered was very limited. And at the time, our technology stack was still evolving in terms of the gaming sector itself. So as you saw in the technology slide I provided earlier today, we've added numerous identity verification providers, payment methods, to our player account management system to give our customers as many options as possible, not only for the ease of deposit and withdrawal, but also on the registration component, making sure we have multiple vendors in place to positively resolve the PII they're submitting to us for that ease of registration. And in 2020, again, just due to the addressable market in terms of our size and available jurisdictions to operate in and the breadth of providers and vendors we were using at that time, that's what corresponds to that satisfaction survey. I'd like to think now if we were to survey our customers in all the jurisdictions we're operating in, you'd see the inverse of that graph, and you would see a much more positive experience in terms of registration, depositing, withdrawal, and the overall experience in terms of onboarding.
Okay. Because the dissatisfaction or lack of satisfaction was sort of the money transfer part of it was what struck me the most. It seemed to be the most consistent cluster at the bottom.
Yes, yeah, and that goes to in our financial platform team, which has done a lot of important work over the last several years to onboard additional payment vendors for both money on and money off purposes, has really improved that experience because we did hear our customers loud and clear through not only surveys such as that, but also just through direct contact with our customers and our CX team to know exactly what they were looking for and what provided the best experience. And of course, all of these vendors have gone through suitability and licensing in each of the jurisdiction that we offer them in.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to just follow up on the issue around your promotion approach, your marketing promotions. I noted in section, I don't know precisely which, I'm sorry to say, which section, subsection of section B, but that since 2018, you've given almost away, and it's a large figure, and I don't know if it's public or not, but I can say millions and free to play offerings, and that you've had a very high retention rate. And I think you're, attributing the investment in retention. But one of the, I'm sure that you've probably been listening to some of our meetings, and well before even sports wagering was legalized, we were concerned about the frequency and intensity of advertising and marketing, and I know that's a new challenge. For 10 years, everything evolves, and we're learning that can have an impact on the players. So I've noted the tension before. I'm wondering, I feel like your business model really depends still on that approach, where I wonder if you're starting to think for new innovations on how you can shift from that approach somewhat that will still work for your business model and also start to address that issue. And I think also just sustainability as a component of your business model. So I don't know who wants to address that.
Thank you, Chair. Just I just asked that any specific DraftKings related approach to marketing, we would ask that it be reserved for executive session as proprietary. Steph can speak to high level, thoughts on marketing and long-term sustainability of the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start by saying that we're very much focused and understand the concerns shared in prior sessions around frequency, saturation, intensity of marketing and advertising. I would say to your question around how we're thinking about other ways to ultimately have a relationship with our consumers and marketing is very much a focus on our brand as a trusted brand and what Jeremy has taken through as it relates to an extremely strong product, as we know that that is critical to retaining our customers, as well as a trusted brand. In regards to the tension that you referenced, it is absolutely a focus of all of our marketing strategy conversations, that balance of ensuring we can promote awareness of our brand as a regulated operator, as now, if approved, sports betting, not only just DFS, and again, aligning that with the interest and high demand consumer timeframes, and balancing that with the considerations and concerns on volume and frequency. And so critical to doing that, and for DraftKings to remain a trusted leader in the space, really finding that balance when we think about the who, the audience, in full compliance and aligning with the laws of the jurisdiction, the what, the messaging, the offering, making sure it's clear, well understood, and the where and when, really making sure that it's relevant and contextual to an audience that is interested in seeing our advertising in the right moment. So, really all of that sort of collective as us as a part of the ecosystem of operators, media networks at the national and local level, and leagues will continue to learn and evolve with the industry. And again, to the concerns, we take our role in this as a leader in this space very seriously, and are committed to making sure that we're delivering as a trusted leader and brand in this space.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
I don't know whether it comes here or whether Commissioner Hill was going to get to it later. He usually asks about the customer service access and that. I'm just curious about and maybe I missed it, but when you went through sort of the demo and the slides, I was curious as to what is the process if somebody has not sort of an account vetting question, but maybe a question about if they think somebody's hacked into their account or they've lost control of the account. How does that work?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. I'll pass it to Paul Lieberman, one of our co-founders, to talk through RCX and just general outreach questions.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Commissioner O'Brien. So the contact us and support page that's on DraftKings is available whether you're logged in or logged out of your account. We have channels such as live chat on the platform, as well as we respond actively to social channels, i.e. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, etc. If somebody reaches out to support@draftkings.com with an account question, we route it based on the severity of the type of category. So an account compromised, an account compromised email would get the highest severity and would get the fastest attention, because we know that in those cases, quick response is really important. So that is the way we deal with it. We have a triage step that happens, and then our customer service agents reply back. The other thing that we actively do is make sure that we are, for example, in the account compromise situation, we are alerting customers with emails, making it easy for them to reset their password and self-service in the event that there is an account compromise. So not relying on a customer service inquiry, but letting them self-service as quickly as possible to protect their account.
And I have another question that I probably think is best for executive session, but I'll raise it here now. And it's in the similar vein of, if I heard you correctly, one of the protections that you put in is to not be able to withdraw monies to an unknown account. And so I know there have been some issues of late with maybe some data breach with third party or that sort of thing. So I'm curious as to how those two reconcile. I'm assuming that's an executive session topic, but I did want to ask the question.
Commissioner O'Brien, thank you. We would ask that be reserved for executive session, given that it addresses our cybersecurity and there's proprietary information. So we'd be happy to discuss in executive session.
Okay.
I think
Thanks.
that was probably on mine. So thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Thank you. Any other questions under B. I'll take the temperature of the commission. With respect to section B, do you find that the applicant has met expectations? Commissioner Hill.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do believe this applicant has met expectations for section B.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard?
I agree.
Thank you. Commissioner Skinner?
I also agree.
Right. Commissioner O'Brien?
I agree, other than the question that I just asked. I think they've met expectations.
Thank you. And we'll move on to section C. Questions?
I can start, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I will start with a bit of a kudos. A+ on your brick and mortar and employment presence in the Commonwealth. A+ on your community engagement. You highlighted your work with some important causes and organizations, one of which I have personal experience with. One thing that I know is not spoken to in the application is your plans relative to the lottery in the Commonwealth. You do mention New Hampshire and Oregon and the partnerships that you've developed there, but hoping you can elaborate on what your plans are, what you see as your plan for Massachusetts.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Steph, if you want to just speak to that at a high level.
Yeah, absolutely. We do not have any business agreements with the Massachusetts Lottery today, but are very open to conversations around ways that we could work together. We do have strong partnerships with lotteries in other states. And given we are a local company with very strong brand recognition, we think that could present some really interesting opportunities for us to work together in the future.
Follow-up, Commissioner Skinner? I have to say that following up, I noted on this page 409 that you had a page showing where evidence where sports betting is introduced to a state where there is a lottery, that there's evidence that it's not negatively impacting the lottery to have sports wagering. And I hadn't ever seen that. We work affirmatively to ensure that gaming and expanded gaming and sports wagering doesn't cannibalize the lottery, but that was a really good page. So thank you. I think I'll send it to the treasurer. It's very good. Questions under section C?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
during the presentation, the applicant stated there would be between 75 and 80 new employees in the Commonwealth. In the written materials, approximately 25 new roles in the Commonwealth. There was like an asterisk at the end of that. And I just wondered, is the discrepancy that 25 are going to be related to the sports wagering in Massachusetts only, and the additional just comes from the growth? You know, you're unique, right? You're based here. So I understand that there's some growth that's unrelated to the Commonwealth, but I wanted to see what the discrepancy was there.
Yes, I can answer. This is Graham. Commissioner Maynard, you're exactly correct. In the application, we stated 25 roles. Those are 25 roles directly associated with the, should we get approved, us offering sports betting in Massachusetts and having to be staffed up for that. The 75 to 85 is inclusive of those 25, and it also includes our overall growth projections given our headquarters is here in Boston.
That's what I thought, but thank you for clarifying.
So I had a question on 410, 411, section C5, community engagement. I think it's subsection C, the promoting of local businesses, restaurants, hotels, etc. And you talk about how you sort of can boost them incidentally by giving your employees, access to the gym and things like that, which is great. And then you sort of get a broad stroke reference to helping other local businesses, restaurants, et cetera, by partnerships. You didn't give any specific examples in there of having done that. You know, at events or restaurants, driving foot traffic, that you give like a general reference to it on 411 at the bottom of that. So I'm just wondering if you could give a couple specific examples.
Absolutely. One of the examples, I'm sorry, I'm just jumping right in.
I just asked Commissioner O'Brien that any specific plans to partnerships potentially in the Commonwealth, would that be reserved for that are not announced? Would that be reserved for an executive session?
Just, yeah, I wasn't actually asking about future because I figured you might say that, but having had a presence with the DFS market for a while and it was written, I thought in the past tense as if this has been done. Or maybe not, maybe it's all prospective, and maybe that's the answer to my question. Is at this point with DFS and your presence here, have you not done that and all the plans are prospective?
I mean, I'll give you an example of one of the partnerships we do have locally with Boston While Black, for example, with Daily Fantasy Sports. We do have a very specific partnership with them where we're able to provide with a code that we've given them. I think it's $1 per every entry fee associated with the entry fee code that we provided due to our partnership with Boston While Black. So that is a professional organization and a partnership that we work with very closely, and something that's local where we provide proceeds due to DFS.
Great.
I'm not sure if that's like the type of partnership you're looking for, or.
Yeah, and if you had anything, and now going prospectively, and if you want to reserve that for executive session because it's not public, I'm curious if you have any other specifics in mind if you were to be awarded a license.
I can jump in. If we were to be awarded a license, absolutely, as we think about from a marketing strategy standpoint, that is inclusive of our go-to-market plan, whether that be, for example, launch parties or the like. And in addition, certainly not in a prospective manner, but as we think about the events that we host as a team, as well as locally from a marketing standpoint. So looking forward, if we were to be awarded physical presence partnership with local businesses, restaurants in context of events is absolutely part of our look forward plan.
And
then oh, go ahead.
I apologize. Just another high level example of another jurisdiction that it may help, just kind of not specific to the Commonwealth, but how we look at, potentially doing other things. Is we have a relationship in Michigan with a branded DraftKings Sport and Social restaurant bar type area. So we do, work with local businesses that are existing to come up with potential partnerships, in the jurisdictions where we operate. That's just one example of in a different jurisdiction.
So that kind of segues into my follow-up question, which was on subsection D about live entertainment venues and the promotion of that. And you talk about the suite hosting within Boston sporting events. I didn't know if there was anything other than that. We've had some other applicants talk about hosting, over 21 entertainment venues to try to drive up, foot traffic visibility for some local venues and businesses. And I wonder if you can speak to those plans either here or in executive session.
Commissioner O'Brien, if we could reserve that for executive session to speak to the prospective plans beyond, what we had now, we'd appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you.
If I could just follow up, because I've noted this in a few other public meetings. I do see an opportunity for impact besides marketing on when you go into the neighborhoods and work with the local establishments. It will help perhaps with respect to if you could be targeting the establishments to perhaps think about minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. There's an opportunity there. There's also an opportunity with the lottery at those local establishments because of Keno. So there's again, if you find that that's part of your marketing strategy to go into the neighborhoods and those local establishments, there's just several benefits that could come out.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, other questions on C? I guess one thing I noted, which was different than the lottery, you noted that you're anticipating, or perhaps this might be reserved for executive session. I'll be careful. I guess I'm looking at the impact of introducing sports wagering on your daily fantasy sports. Is that something that you don't wish to speak about in the public? Is that?
That's correct, Chair Judge Stein. If we could reserve that for executive session, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right. I want to echo my fellow Commissioner Skinner's initial remarks. I too thought that this section had a lot of great qualities, and particularly with respect to the community engagement piece. Commissioner Skinner thought spot on. So taking the temperature of the commission on section C. Commissioner Skinner?
I believe section C meets expectations, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Maynard?
This is Commissioner Hill, and I believe the applicant has met expectations for section C.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard?
I agree.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown? Same, okay. We're all set then. We can move on to section D, please. Questions?
I was struck by the gender number, to be perfectly blunt. You got some great numbers in some other categories, but I'd love you to speak to the low number on your female representation.
Absolutely. So I believe you're referring to the front rate of 26.6% representation of women company-wide.
Yes.
I'd say there's a handful of things that I would call out. One, this is a significant focus for us in a large area of investment. I think we made progress over the period of time that we've focused in this area. But just to be blunt, I think that there are a series of headwinds in our industry and with the type of workforce that we recruit for, mainly the available market for tech employees, given we're a tech-oriented company. Where others might have the benefit of having more of a land-based presence. So for us, we are not where we want to be frank with you. And I think that's why we focus so much, not just on improving our overall demographics, which I will say have improved, but not quite to the point that we want them. Obviously, that's why we want to get it up to a higher percentage over our long-term perspective, but also because we've spent so much time dedicating to investment in career progression, internally, coaching, mentorship, and benefits that women are interested in. So again, I think that there's a combination of things based on talent availability that I think make it somewhat difficult, but I don't think that's an excuse. I think we can continue to do better here, and we'll look to do that as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, because while I hear you in terms of a percentage of women, maybe in the tech field, the upside to being in Massachusetts is there's a plethora of universities to choose from and try to get women who are in tech and computers and into the field and into job opportunities. So I would hope to see something specific, particularly tying back into the employment opportunities in C, which, there is no other applicant who's going to be able to match that number, who's going to be in front of us. I'd love to see that gender number get up with some more pointed efforts in that regard.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll look to continue to showcase that to the commission as we go forward if we are selected.
Thank you.
And I would echo that. I do think that it's interesting that other applicants are facing the same challenge and the numbers are different. I applaud you for really being frank and humble and saying that you've got some work to do, and that's fair. And to the extent that we're in any way sparking that, we accept that responsibility and look forward to continue conversations should you be awarded a license. But so
Thank you, Madam Chair.
yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for this, and again, and we do appreciate too the commitment you're making to women and STEM. So thank you, Commissioner Maynard.
I just wanted to take this as an opportunity to say that the STEM Council is very active in Massachusetts. It's under the Executive Office of Education, and they have an executive director. And I'm sure that those folks would appreciate outreach and anything that could move the ball forward. There are a lot of state resources.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I had the same concern as Commissioner O'Brien, and I was just about to say the same thing, Commissioner Maynard. Here in Massachusetts, the STEM Council and STEM in general is like a top priority from the governor's office all the way down to our local school districts. So it's absolutely something I would recommend that you reach out to, and I think that will be very helpful in getting your numbers up.
Absolutely. Thank you for the suggestion.
Madam Chair, I need a bit of clarification. I'm looking at one of the responses to section D. It is on page 424 of the PDF document, and it is section D1D. There's a list of stats. It says female 827 employees. Is that correct? Because, and I'm just working with raw numbers here, I believe your total workforce is just above 1,300. And so what's that 827 number? Because that seems to be far above the 23%.
I believe that 827 must be out of our global number and not out of our Massachusetts number.
I see. Okay.
It would not
Commissioner
make sense.
Skinner, Commissioner Skinner, this is Commissioner Hill. I think I saw in the presentation, it was 1,300 Massachusetts employees, but globally there's 4,000. And I think that number that you're looking at represents the 4,000, not the 1,300.
Yeah, okay. And I did see the reference in the presentation and just made a note to ask about that because I was unclear at least. So thank you.
And just as a follow-up, we often get breakdowns of stats within up at the C-suite and the management level. So do you have any further breakdown on the stats put out in this in that regard?
Yes, give me one. Oh, wait. If you give me 1 second. What's that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I will give me 1 second here and I will tell you. So for our overall, are you saying with respect to gender, the overall stats, Commissioner?
I'm curious about all of them. Unless I missed it, I didn't see a breakdown in the stats that you gave.
You didn't miss it.
Correct. Happy to share. So for our vice presidents and above, they are 22% female. For levels between manager and senior director, it is 28% female. And for all employees, it is 27%.
And then what about the minority numbers, the diverse minority numbers?
So I have, I'll tell you the total. This also takes out no responses. So there's a category for no responses, which are not included in the total. So just know that. For our level for vice president and above, it is 13% BIPOC. For between manager and senior director, it is 17%. And then for all employees, it is 31%.
Can I also trouble you because I didn't note it in my notes, so I'm not sure if I read it in terms of the level of directors for the parent company. What is the makeup of that?
I'm sorry, I missed the question, Madam Commissioner. Can you
Of your parent company, the board. Do you have
Uh,
female representation and diverse candidate? I believe I read it, but forgive me.
So for the board of directors, 3 out of the 11 members are diverse. And then the stats I am reporting on really are for our total company. So we don't have like a parent company structure. This is including the specifics that I gave you were focused on either our global numbers our Massachusetts numbers specifically, but I'm happy to give breakdowns on different demographics to the extent, or different locations to the extent you want them.
So you don't have it on the parent company?
I mean, these are.
You only have the three.
Same.
Were there of the 3? I thought that was maybe on the parent company. Was it 3 minority? But I wasn't sure, or diverse. That's how it was framed. I wasn't sure if that was inclusive of women or.
Yes. Yes, there are 3 women on the board of directors out of 11 board of directors members, 2 of which are Black.
Thank you. So that's a good start. Right. Thank you. And I don't need to go through each individual board, but you know, the point is, of course, just starting at the top and is to work through the organization. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm noticing, Ms. Ackes, I have been in your shoes where you're at your first meeting, you watch your homework laid out to you. So it's a very exciting opportunity. Any other questions? Any other questions for under section C? D, I'm sorry.
Just a comment. I don't think it's a surprise that this is an area that I care very deeply about, as do my fellow commissioners. Mr. Robbins and Mr. Lieberman, I want to congratulate you on representing the Commonwealth very nicely in this area, notwithstanding the added focus that's needed around women representation. And I believe that you will continue to excel in your work, and with Ms. Ackes on board, I wish you continued success.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Skinner.
If I could also just close on this category.
I just wanted to note that Jason did have to drop off earlier, so just in case for future questions, Mr. Robbins is no longer on the Zoom, but Mr. Lieberman is here.
And I'm probably stealing a little bit of Commissioner Heal's thunder when I say this, but going through the supplier spend and the diversity spend, I was struck by your commitment to veterans and support for veterans, and I was really impressed with the breadth that charities, the amount of money that went into it. What I'd love to see going forward, when we've looked at some of your areas that are in need of work, the money spent on some of those areas doesn't match. So I would love to see some of that money going forward, start to trend in that same direction, because it's laudable, the efforts, the number and the money that's going into the veteran services.
Thank you. Understood.
Any other questions under D? Commissioners, did this applicant meet expectations here?
I'm sorry, before we do that, Madam Chair, were there goals listed? I know we've asked other that question.
I didn't see any goals. I did see an acknowledgement, however, to establish goals on the diversity spend.
This is Graham again. There were goals on the last slide, so not in the application, but in the slides that we presented. There were goals, one, and I'm happy to repeat them just so that you have them. In terms of employment diversity, a goal of 35% women globally by 2025, a goal of 40% BIPOC in the US, that's the only place we measure it, by 2025. And then on supplier diversity, I think this is an area of focus for us, where our goal for this year is better tracking and benchmarking data. And that's really where we want to focus on the vendor and supplier side. to the time or up to now, we've relied on self-reporting, which I don't think gets us a full perspective on our vendors and suppliers. So we'd like to get a better understanding of the suppliers themselves so we can appropriately set goals.
So there was no goal set in the application or in the presentation. And I know that that was something that's been addressed here. So commissioners, how would you like to address it? Commissioner Maynard?
We've been very clear about wanting to see something. And, we have been, obviously, you're not the first applicant that's come in and had a problem with where it stands as today, right? Like where you are on supplier spend. So I understand that piece, but most have been willing to go ahead and attach a percentage to where they want to be. I mean, I don't see any downside in asking for that because you may find when you do your research that you're there at the goal, right? Or you may find that you need a little more. But I think to be consistent, that's something that I would have to see.
Just to follow up on that, I think overall spend would be helpful for context.
Go ahead. I was going to say, to the extent that we've been able to track the spend, what we've seen is over 1.5 million in spend that's been identified. I'll say that is likely undercounting the actual spend, given there's a lot that flows through different channels. Although we're happy to look at how we can set an appropriate target and goal for going forward.
And I think that being something that we're looking into actively and understand, the commission's concern and Commissioner Maynard, we'd be happy to continue to work with the Gaming Commission on an ongoing basis, should we be selected for a Category 3 license to address this issue.
So can I ask a follow-up question? You said you don't track outside the US. Can I ask, are there legal impediments to that, or is that a corporate decision?
We do not track for people of color in countries where it's less relevant. So diversity in Ukraine, for example, is a much different thing than it is in the US. So self-identification of those types of things is something where we track very closely within the US and is different within each of the countries. Gender is one where we do ask for self-reporting globally, although the market is different in each of the markets within which we operate.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to be very clear for the applicant. Commissioners, you would like to see at least some kind of a goal to work from, to be consistent with what we've expected from other applicants, or?
I think so. I think that's what we asked of other applicants, right?
Yes.
And well, it sounds as though you can, you've got some information there to make some decent assumptions. So that's a great start. And of course, that within state government, there are some really great resources for you to access. OSD, this is just a great area for your growth. So consistent with the other priorities. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Great. So with that, understanding that we'll probably just make that as some kind of a condition. How do we feel about the applicants meeting the expectations here?
Madam Chair, I would point out that, we will not take a final vote today. If information came to us before the final vote, I would not make it a condition, or I would not ask for it to be. But otherwise, I believe they met expectations for this section.
Thank you for the clarifier. There's an opportunity for any information that we raise, or for you to come back to us, in connection with our 18th and 19th. So very good clarifier. Thank you, Commissioner Maynard. Others, in terms of how they feel about this, and Commissioner Skinner?
I believe this section meets expectations.
Excellent. Commissioner Hill?
Agreed.
Okay, and Commissioner Bryan?
I agree.
Okay, great. Well done. We're going to move on to then section E, please, responsible gaming. Questions?
I had a question. And again, maybe I missed this. We've had a lot of these, but some of the other applicants have talked about having baked in an RG feature is an app limit, being able to set a time. I know you said it'll kick you out after a certain period of time of inactivity, but do you have on there the ability already, or the ability to put in if someone wants to select a max amount of time on a given day on your app?
Yes, we do. That was covered as, sorry, thank you for the question, Commissioner. This is Jeremy again. Yes, we do offer a time limit that was shown as part of the, in the slides in the demonstration. That's offered in all of our jurisdictions, and users are able to set that at a per hour basis per day. So they can set it between 1 and 23 hours. And if they've maxed that, if they've been on the platform for a cumulative of anywhere between 1 and that 23-hour period, we track that throughout the day. And if they meet that period, we then forcefully log them out, and they're not allowed to log back in until a 24-hour period has passed.
Okay, great. And then I think in E1E, you've got a section that talks about affordability, determining affordability on large deposits. And I'm just wondering if you can go in any more detail about that.
I can speak to that. Thank you for the question. So working through both with our numerous identity verification providers and internal controls that we have between our responsible gaming team and in our CX team, when a user is going to request a deposit limit increase, to ensure that they are able to support that play, there is a series of suitability checks that are conducted. Both the customer is asked to provide a bank statement to show an active balance in their account. Oftentimes we'll ask for a pay stub in order to make sure they can maintain or support the play in which they're intending to, they're requesting. And then there is also using, again, our providers that we use for identity verification. We are able to look at property records, vehicle records, and have deterministic logic in place to assess if this individual is of a net worth and or income that is viable for the request that their deposit increase that they are requesting.
And is that done continually, or is that you do a check, and if they clear it, they're put in a VIP category or something, and you don't circle back, or is this like a constant check?
It is done continuously at each time a user would request to increase their deposit limit. So if they've requested to increase it and the assessment has been made that they are viable and they are suitable to have that increase completed, if they come back in X amount of time, whether that's 30, 60, 90 days, requesting yet another increase, a suitability check will be further made, and I think a higher degree of an assessment is made at that point, just to ensure the user can sustain that type of play. So as the user requests to continuously increase, there are gradual checks in place to ensure that we're not going to introduce any at-risk behavior and or make them at risk to themselves.
So in that initial assessment, is there any look at, maybe they can do it right now, but if they're going to repeatedly do this every 30 days for a year, now they're going to be at risk, but they're not upping their limit? Is that assessment rolled into that?
Commissioner O'Brien, I just asked that as we drill down on the specifics of that process, given that it is somewhat proprietary, could we discuss that in executive session? Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, turn to another question and go back to you, Commissioner O'Brien, just to see.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner or Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Maynard? Questions on the responsible gaming section? Just for the public's purpose, the document itself is over 700 pages, and while there was maybe one long exhibit, most of it's content. So it was a very thorough report. Thank you for that. I have a question that may just allow commissioners for you to look at your notes, but this actually, Commissioner O'Brien, you can remind me, maybe Commissioner Hill remembers too, but the issue has come up somewhat in the gaming context, but at one point, I think I saw that there might be limits as to the withdrawals, and that, I guess I would like to say, can you confirm that if I had a quarter left in my account, that I'd be able to withdraw it, or is there some maximum that's required? Or if it's a penny even, can I get?
Yes, so by payment method, there are restrictions, but if you did have, say, a quarter in your account or a penny, you would just simply have to contact our customer service team and a withdrawal could be processed for that. And that's just due to certain restrictions with payment providers and vendors in terms of amounts that can be processed as a refund. But we're always able to refund any remaining balance in a player account.
All right, and so there's just a little friction, right? They've got to do an extra step. But I understand it's a third party concern. It's a, for you.
Yes.
Other questions? Commissioner O'Brien, back to you.
I did, and I'm sure we're all asking about this, and maybe we were reserving it for suitability, an executive session, but I did want to ask about the launch in Ohio.
Yeah. I think
What went wrong? What steps you've learned? What's going to happen in terms of if you get a license in Massachusetts?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner O'Brien. That is something that we would like to reserve for executive session, given that it's a pending matter, but we'd be happy to discuss an executive session.
Okay. And then I guess
maybe we should just pause for, could we pause just for 1 second, Commissioner? I just want to get my notes, and then also I just want to take a pause to just see if Councilor Grossman is able to keep up. Are you all set? Or did you want?
Yeah, I was just, no, I'm keeping up.
There's, of course, at the conclusion of section E, Commissioner O'Brien is noting that there's a chart there.
Yep.
So I want to make sure all the commissioners have the opportunity to look at that. So we go through this in an organized fashion and really just select those items that we really that are important as we analyze this section of this application. So Commissioner O'Brien has noted a recent issue in Ohio. I don't know what page it's on, Todd. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, just scrolling here.
And we'll all be careful how we frame it because of sensitivities.
Chair Judstein, just to jump in momentarily, I believe a chart was just referenced. We're looking at the same time. I believe if it's the chart we're looking at, we would ask that anything that's disclosed in that chart be reserved for executive session.
Can you help me out? Do you know what page it's on? Can you tell?
496. 496.
Thank you, so helpful. Okay,
Thank
so and so I'm going to let that get sorted out with Councilor Grossman as we if we identify something, let's see if we can do it in a proper fashion. So 490. And then
I don't see that Ohio matter
question.
on the chart.
Oh, 1 second, please. You don't see it's not in the.
It wouldn't have been.
I didn't have it in the chart.
It was after they submitted, so it wouldn't be on the chart.
Right.
That's correct.
It's relative to the compliance. But that there is a chart that I'm assuming Commissioner O'Brien was turning to it because that's right at the conclusion of section B. My gosh, must be how we loaded.
Madam Chair,
It's, what, 497, I think, on ours, perhaps. Okay. All right,
I believe so. It's a multi-page, yeah.
thank you. My apologies. All right, so.
So Madam Chair, oh, actually, yes.
Somebody else asked first. I think it was Commissioner Skinner. Did you ask for? Thank
yes,
you.
I just have a clarifying question. Is the applicant able to speak to items that involve the ultimate parent company? That's what I'm having trouble.
Yeah, so I can address that. All of the issues that we're speaking to ultimately are connected with our ultimate parent company. We have a state or an entity that was formed for purposes of applying for this license, which is Crown MA Gaming LLC. But when we answer these questions and when we have these conversations, it all relates to the operation of the parent company.
Okay.
Commissioner Skinner, you can, I think that you probably have some latitude there though, and to try out, if you do have questions to go out. I think I just asked one earlier on the composition of the board. So, so looking at the chart and without disclosing details, but giving some kind of identifying information, is there anything that you particularly want to hear about? My apologies.
So Madam Chair.
I'll hold until we get to section G, because I think the items that I'm in, the other item on this list that I'm interested in is referenced in the IEB report.
Okay, we'll do that then if it's just in the IEB. Go ahead, Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, there's a couple on that list that I would like a little bit more information about. How you would like me to identify that would be a question that I have for Attorney Grossman. Yesterday, we had a list and we counted down the list and we just said number 2, number 4, number 5. And I don't know if we want to do that today or not.
Yeah. I think Commissioner Hill, if you have the list in front of you, if you can just identify the page and then we can count down. There are many on any
So
page.
we're looking at 497, 498 to 499, I think.
I'm actually looking on page 503.
What goes all the way.
And so this applicant can speak to all of the entities under that umbrella. Am I understanding that correctly? Because that makes a difference for me.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
The only other question I have is some of these may in fact be public. So after we identify, I think we do have to figure out whether any of them are in fact public.
That's the process we're going to go through. So this is what I ask. I'm going to start with Commissioner Hill. If you can tell me the ones that you would like to hear from, and I think it's probably okay. Would it be okay to the applicant if Commissioner Hill identifies the state or the jurisdiction for starters? And that's on 503. I mean,
Chair Judge Stein, if it is possible to reference a page number and the row, that would be our preference.
Okay, that's fine. So 503, there's 1, 2, 3 items.
So all 3.
Okay.
Because they all are similar.
Yep.
And has to do with responsible gaming. So,
yeah.
Yep. I mean,
and we're trying to give as little until we decide that we can talk about it publicly, Commissioner Hill, as we may
understood.
well. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe, our position on those matters would be that we'd ask that they be reserved for executive session, just given that we would be getting into specifics around our processes, and those are competitively sensitive, whatever comes out of any of those matters. So we do believe that they're more appropriately discussed, the specifics of any incident, or more appropriately discussed in executive session. But and we're happy to come back to public session if the commission and Attorney Grossman don't believe that fits the exemption, but that's our thought process with these matters being appropriate for executive session.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, it may be helpful just to jump in and talk a little bit about the process we've used, I believe successfully to this point, to evaluate and review these types of issues. It seems to me that, and I'm just looking at the three that Commissioner Hill has just identified, these are all matters before a public body. I haven't researched them independently, so I'm not entirely sure, but it seems as though they may have been in the public ether, the fact that there was an incident and that it was resolved. And I'm not talking about the specifics or defenses or anything along those lines. But the better practice, instead of just going into executive session and sorting it out there, is to ask the applicant to discuss as much about the particular incident as they can do publicly, and then see if there are any further questions that result from that discussion. And that's what we've done, of course, a number of times at this point. And in many cases, there are no further questions, so we didn't have to go into executive session. And that is the more sound approach, rather than just pointing to the ones we're interested in and going in and learning about them completely. That said, if the applicant is making certain representations as to the nature of the matter itself and suggesting that the entire process was done under seal or behind closed doors and none of it was public, then we can rely on that and talk about it in executive session. But it doesn't seem to me on the face of these that would be the case.
And to respond there, the existence of the matters, you're correct that they may be publicly disclosed, but the processes and the steps that DraftKings took in connection with those to remediate, those we believe would be, those specific facts would be appropriate for an executive session conversation. The existence of the matter, again, if I'm looking at the right page and we're aligned on the numbers, yes, that is public, but the actual remediation steps and the facts around the resolution of those matters, I do not believe are public.
With that, Madam Chair, I would suggest that we just go through them. We ask the applicant to discuss as much as they can, and then we will go from there.
So we've identified on 503 3 of them. So the applicant could share with us the details that you understand are public, and show us, rather than us initiating, it would be helpful if you set up the parameters.
So what I can provide is the description of the issue. I believe are we looking at the chart that the first regulatory agencies, the state of New Jersey, Office of the Attorney General, Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Gaming Enforcement, is that the chart we're looking at?
Yes.
So in the first instance, where the date of the notice of from the regulatory agency was February 12th, 2021, DraftKings was fined for sending emails, push notifications, and text messages to patrons who had self-excluded or cooled off between October of 2020 and November of 2020. Any specific remediation efforts in connection with that incident, we'd ask that the matter be referred to executive session. Would you like me to keep going down the list? It was that.
Why don't we do that, and then we'll circle back to Attorney Grossman.
Sure. So the second item listed on that page from the same regulatory agency and DraftKings entity happened in March of 2021. And we received a $10,000 fine from the New Jersey DGE in regards to sending direct mail to patrons on the statewide exclusion list. Again, I'd ask that, the specifics around that particular matter and remediations taken be the subject of executive session discussion.
Okay, the last one.
And the last one on this page is in connection with our Indiana license holder for online sports betting, Crown IN Gaming LLC. And the regulatory agency was the Indiana Gaming Commission. We received a total $6,000 in fines from the IGC for sending direct mail to patrons on the statewide exclusion list, for failing to submit the licensing paperwork for a new member of the board of directors within a set period of time, and for failing to disclose certain information in connection with licensed employees. Again, specifics beyond that, I would request that the discussion take place in executive session.
Councilor Grossman, how do you want to follow up on that? We'll just take those three now.
You're muted.
I see I muted myself so you wouldn't hear me type it. If that's the totality of the publicly available information on these three matters, then certainly it's okay to discuss the rest in public. If there are no writings or decisions from any of these regulatory bodies that describe these matters further, then we can certainly talk about them in executive session.
I believe that there, with those specific instances, that there is nothing else in the public. That's the basis of the request. But that's why we're requesting. I do not believe beyond what was provided is in the public sector.
A reminder, should become clear that it was in the public sector, we could correct that, correct? We would come out and clarify that on the record. Attorney Grossman, but I understand that the presumption is that we're going in and on matters that are not in the public sphere. These are difficult conversations, particularly with public companies like yourself. This is the world that we regulate in Massachusetts, in the public, subject to the open meeting law. So if you're all set on that, Commissioner Hill, can I go to another commissioner right now? And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. And another commissioner, do you have your favorite three, if any at all? Commissioner Skinner.
I have two.
Okay.
The first one appears on page 502, and it's the very first row.
So why don't we turn, that's the only one on that page?
It's the only one on that page. The other one also concerns a failure to report type matter, and it's
505.
It's on page 505.
Yeah. So let's 502 first, Commissioner, and it's the first one you said?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe that the matter listed on 502, is that, Commissioner Skinner, is that the regulatory agency is the Illinois Gaming Board?
Yes.
Correct. I believe that this matter is in the public record. I can speak to the description if you'd like, or we can just answer any specific, or we can attempt to answer any specific questions you may have.
No, please speak generally.
Sure. Jake Lisk, are you still on the call?
Sorry, I'm here. This is the one related to Illinois, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, I'm just getting the sheet up in front of me. Yeah, sorry, I read the internet. So I mean, being frank, this was a misstep from DraftKings. So this did occur quite some time ago, and with substantially, I guess, increasing experience and both the size of our regulatory and licensing teams since then. And it's not the type of thing that we, I guess, would consider that we're having ongoing issues with.
I was a bit unclear what you just reported. Sorry.
Jake, do you want to speak to the high level facts of that led to the fine?
So I'll read what's in the within the disclosure. So the company DraftKings was fined $15,000 for failure to timely disclose to the Illinois Gaming Board the company entering into a binding letter of intent with Northside Entertainment Holdings. This is an entity affiliated with the Chicago Cubs, where the company had entered into the letter of intent on August 28, 2020, and disclosed the letter of intent to the IGB on September 2nd, 2020, the day before the company issued a press release regarding the relationship. So there's a rule in the state of Illinois for us to promptly report to the commission agreements of this nature, and it was deemed by the IGB that based on the facts of the situation that we didn't report it as promptly as was the expectation of the regulation. And this is something that, that's feedback that we took on board, and we haven't had any sort of similar missteps following that.
That involved that entity or that specific issue in particular, your meaning, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of reporting, things that would require reporting in a timely and transparent manner.
What protocols had you put in place to ensure that you wouldn't encounter this issue again?
I mean, this type of agreement, I guess, is not something that would be super regularly coming up, but we do have internal processes in place to make sure that if we are making important business agreements, that they're raised appropriately to commissions. And we have dedicated licensing and regulatory operations team whose role it is to make sure that these notifications are done in a compliant manner.
Okay. Then on 505. Yeah, the first row there.
This is Jen Aguirre. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer of DraftKings. This was purely an administrative issue where we sent out notifications to all of the jurisdictions, and this just happened to be missed within their allotted time frame. It was subsequently sent to them, but it was a matter of being a day late because it was just missed in the initial list.
And page 504, that first row involves the Indiana Gaming Commission.
504.
Which number?
This one was, this was Jen Aguirre again. This was where we were just literally a day late on, or a couple days late on a new board member and submitting their license application or a portion of their license application into Indiana. It was within a matter of days that it was late during a holiday, and it was subsequently submitted.
Okay, and I have to ask again, I'm not sure I got a satisfactory response the first time I asked it. What protocols have you put in place to ensure the timely filing of required notices and agreements and the like?
Commissioner Skinner, that's the type of information that we believe is more appropriate for an executive session discussion, is speaking to business decisions or modifications that we've made as a result of any of these incidents. And speaking generally at a high level, as the company has grown, as the market has matured, you have learnings and building processes, which, as Jake mentioned, we've done as we've entered more markets and grown as a company. But those specifics we'd be happy to discuss further in executive session.
Thank you. I'd be interested in that. Madam Chair, I have just one more item.
Thank you.
It's on page 505. It's the very last row. It involves the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Commissioner Skinner, Madam Chair, this is in connection with the regulatory agencies, the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement, our licensed entity that holds our New Jersey license, Crown NJ Gaming Inc. was received agreed to pay a $150,000 civil penalty to the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement in connection with proxy wagering by one of our customers. The specifics of that incident and the remediation efforts taken from that, we do believe is more appropriately discussed in executive session.
I'd be interested in that, of course, deferring to Council Grossman.
Yeah, I think that's a widely reported matter. I mean, we'd have to check that. I think the facts of that matter are fairly well known. But
the stipulation of settlement, to my knowledge, that's in the public ether, while there may have been media coverage and speculation around the facts of the incident, the stipulation of settlement that stemmed from that incident does not contain any of the details. There's a public stip and then a separate document. That's the basis of my request. I believe that those specifics are not in the public ether. And we can also confirm that as well, but that is my understanding.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, do you have any from that chart that you would like to hear?
I feel like my fellow commissioners have exhausted any questions that I would have.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
The only other one on that list would be page 506, second from the bottom. June 30th of last year.
So that is in connection with the regulatory agency was the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. That is in connection with our license holder in the province of Ontario. We received a fine totaling 65,000 Canadian dollars in connection with television and social media ads featuring a specific odds offer. Jake List can, again, this is something that we do believe can be spoke about in public. So Jake, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, at a high level, there was a compliance issue related to an odds boost promotion that we ran that was classified as an inducement. I would similarly request that we did take remediation steps in conjunction with this issue, but for a more detailed description, which is not in the settlement notice, we'd be happy to discuss it in an executive session.
I do think at a high level, just to speak to some of the facts around that have been reported. So this is in connection with a new market launching. This came shortly after or right around the time that the Ontario market opened up. Ontario has restrictions around offers that can be made to customers. In this specific instance, we believed that the regulatory body had a third party that they were working with, that we submitted the promotion to for review, that indicated that the promotion would be acceptable within the within the scope of the regulations. Subsequent to us actually using the promotion, the AGCO, the actual regulator of gaming in Ontario, notified us that it was not permitted. That fine is in connection with that offer, as well as some depictions that our advertising social media post had, where in the background there were images of our mobile application behind what I believe was coming soon messaging or just launched messaging that had the word free on the app. It wasn't part of the offer. That's the what we were. So those two, and I just think that that's an example, just to speak to at a high level, of a new market launching. And while, again, this is a nascent industry and we've grown in each jurisdiction we operate in, there are growing pains and learning lessons that we work through with our regulatory bodies, and those issues have not arisen again. But I do think it's important to call out that was in the very early days of the market going live.
Thank you.
Any other from that chart? Okay. So, Attorney Grossman, I think that we've learned that they feel that they've shared what they understand to be in the public sphere, and you have that list. And we'll turn to that at the end of our evaluation before we go into executive session. Should we decide to? Okay, commissioners, that was the very end of section E, responsible gaming, that includes that compliance piece.
So, Madam Chair, before we close out and take readings, I did just want to, I asked FanDuel this question, so I want to ask DraftKings this question, which is just relating back to the settlements in New York and Massachusetts from back in 2017, I think it was. If you wanted to make any comment in this forum on that.
Yes, Commissioner O'Brien, I'd be happy to handle that. I'm Stanton Dodge. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at DraftKings. Also born in Massachusetts, like so many people, grew up in Marblehead and attended Suffolk Law School. And for the record, I still root for all Boston teams, including all the various colleges. So, but I was actually not here at the time of those investigations and settlements. But one thing I did want to mention is I joined in 2017, and part of the reason I decided to join DraftKings was based on the way they handled those investigations and others around that time regarding daily fantasy sports. I very much respected and commended the company for their culture of compliance and wanting to deal with these inquiries directly and collaborate with the regulators, including then General Healy, now governor in Massachusetts. And I want to echo the sentiments I think Mr. Janeski made from FanDuel that Massachusetts took a very proactive approach, which we cooperated with to actually really come up with a framework that ended up regulating that industry. And we were very proud to have participated in that. And I think Massachusetts should be very proud because they really established the regulatory framework that has been adopted more or less throughout the rest of the country.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, with respect to section E, as I mentioned, I thought the section was very strong. We concentrated at the end on the compliance piece, and given the extent of your business, the number of jurisdictions that you're involved with, we don't want to overstate. And I think one thing was noted, the growing pains as you come onto a new jurisdiction, should you do so in Massachusetts. The good news is that there's already been a lot of lessons learned. So, and the fact that we're going over some of these today in executive session will be helpful for the future with us. All right, so the rest of section E, in light of the fact that we'll get some of these matters resolved in executive session, do we find that it meets expectations?
I think I'd like to wait until the executive session has been completed before we do E, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we agree with that?
I agree with that. I thought your caveat made that clear, but I'm happy to wait until I give an opinion about whether it meets expectations.
Okay. I think I was also just reminding us that there was a lot of work in addition to this piece, and I thought it was well done. You have your responsible gaming work well developed. Okay, then we will turn to section F, just parking, section E. Pretty straightforward. They have their proprietary platforms. With respect to geofencing, knowing your customer, technical expertise, anything on those, that section.
The only questions I had relate back to data breaches, which I think we're going to be discussing in executive session.
Yeah, so we believe that's more appropriate for an executive session conversation.
Commissioners? Commissioner O'Brien, with that, with that set aside, do you feel that this meets expectations?
Aside from that question, yes, I do.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner.
As do I.
Okay, and Commissioner Maynard.
As do I.
Okay, so we're all set and we will move on to G, section G then. Okay. Both addresses, some of this will be addressed in executive session with RSM and the ability for the applicant to address the financial stability matters. And then there's a continuing compliance section because it incorporates suitability, a relative suitability review under the IEB submitted. Just a reminder that it's a preliminary suitability that's done addressed in this with this phase, and Attorney Kramer, you went through the process that was performed in conjunction with your report. So, questions?
So, Madam Chair, I had a list based on some of their SEC filings, some of which may overlap with some of the litigation that's referenced in the IB report. So what I can do is give the page reference to the topic, and they can say whether they can discuss it publicly or whether that would be added to the list.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
I believe it's either 571 or 572 in the SEC filing from June 30 of 22. There was a class action about deceptive bonuses. I think that harkens back to the regulations. Is that correct? For DFS?
Yes, if it's the multi-district litigation that ultimately ended up in Massachusetts, yes, it does.
That's what, okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what that was. And then there are some patent cases that are referenced in here. The one I would be most interested in hearing about is the shareholder derivative suit about the Hindenburg report, the SBT Tech acquisition.
Sure, and if happy to answer that with publicly available information now, and then if you have further questions, maybe take it to executive session.
That would be great.
Okay, so just generally, I'd say just a little bit of background about the Hindenburg report. One, those allegations relate to a company called SB Tech that we acquired back in 2020. The allegations are made by a short seller that I've just paused to note has actually an incentive to drive our share price down. While we're continuing to look into the allegations of that report, they all concern the historical practices of SB Tech before DraftKings acquired them. And more specifically, in April of last year and prior and unrelated to the Hindenburg report, we decided to exit the Asia reseller business of SB Tech. That was really the focus of the Hindenburg report, and that termination became effective on July of 2021. So as a result of that report, and it's not uncommon, the SEC has decided to investigate the allegations in that report. That investigation is ongoing, and we are cooperating with the SEC in that. They've been seeking documents related to the allegations in the Hindenburg report, as well as certain compliance policies and procedures. And we are continuing at this point to provide documents to the SEC and cooperate with that inquiry. That set of circumstances led to a securities class action being filed, or several actually. They were all consolidated in the Southern District of New York, I believe. And actually, we filed a motion to dismiss that case that actually was granted just yesterday. So the case has been dismissed with prejudice. That said, the plaintiffs certainly have a right to appeal, file motions for reconsideration with the district court. And also related to that, there were several derivative cases filed that have been consolidated, one federal court case in Nevada, one state court case in Nevada. And those cases have been stayed pending resolution of the motion to dismiss in the Southern District of New York, which, as I said, was granted in our favor yesterday. So we'll be looking at the next steps in those derivative cases as a result of the motion to dismiss being granted.
Okay, that satisfies me. I don't know if anyone else wanted more than that.
We're good.
No? Okay. The next matter was at page 579 of the PDF, which is referencing audits by Wisconsin and New York for sales and tax use.
I apologize, Commissioner, second. You just give us, Commissioner O'Brien, just 1 second. Commissioner O'Brien, while we're looking into that specific instance, if the commission so desires, moving on to any other issues, and we can come back to this response.
I think it was on page 624. There's a reference to you talk about less formal business models in connection with SBT. I think you have sort of a caption ends, and then right before the second caption begins, you make that phrase reference. I was just curious if you could explain that phrase to me in that context.
Again, please, Commissioner.
Yeah, it's page 624.
Okay.
There's sort of the end of a caption at the top of it, and then before the second caption begins.
So I do, Commissioner O'Brien, I believe on this matter, our preference would be that this be discussed in executive session because it ties into potentially broader. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Sorry,
And that was it for my
this.
SEC questions.
Sorry, Commissioner O'Brien. I'm on to page 624. I just want to make sure I understand the issue you're inquiring about.
They make reference to suitability reviews. They talk about risks and things like that, and they talk about SBT. Sorry, it was the last caption on the page. It says SBT has historically relied on a less formal financing reporting system and has only begun integrating a group-wide consistent financial reporting system. I was just curious, less formal. I mean, is it resolved? But it sounds like that's something they would want to discuss in executive session.
Yes, and just as it pertains to your question on Wisconsin and New York, yes, we have ongoing audits with those two states as it pertains to historical periods and DFS activity in those states and unique state tax laws in both of those jurisdictions. That's what those two are.
Thank you.
Other commissioners, well, Commissioner O'Brien.
My others are sort of the Engine Media patent infringement case from 2022. And then I think there were some clarifications that they want to make in regard to some of the references in the suitability report, which I don't know whether they want to talk about that publicly or whether that in and of itself they want to reserve for executive session. And I'm specifically referring to the follow-up letter that they submitted to us most recently.
Right. Before we turn to that letter, so were you referring to the 11/22/22 matter when you said, when you mentioned breach, is that the one?
Oh, well, I have a question as to whether there's two, because I thought there was a November reference and most recently a December reference.
But
So
the December one, is there a breach or maybe we're saying the same word, that would be what, December 19th?
that's what I'm wondering, is the December notice hearkening back to November 19th, or do we have two separate episodes is a question I have.
Yeah, my question too. So I don't know if that's public fair information, but those were two that you probably should understand.
I apologize if I am following the question. I think it's all related to that incident in connection with cybersecurity. So we believe, given that it impacts our business practices, cybersecurity of the platform, holistically, it's more appropriate for executive session.
Sorry. And Commissioner O'Brien, I missed which patent case to which you referred.
Sure, it was in the IB report, in the list, I think it's number 7 on the list of page 14.
Number 6.
Is it Engine Media?
6 and 7.
6 and 7, yeah.
Oh, for the cash out functionality. Okay, so on that one, we have filed inter partes reviews on all, or there's 8 patents at issue, all relating to various forms of cash out, alleged inventions. We filed IPRs, which are inter partes reviews you might be familiar with, which are petitions you can file at the Patent and Trademark Office in order to determine the validity of the patents, not necessarily whether you infringe or not. We are about to file the 8th one soon on the 8th patent, but we also filed a motion to dismiss in that case. It was granted in part and denied in part. So the case remains pending.
Okay.
Yes, and I believe that there were 2 items in the IEB report that you just mentioned that we did respond and seek to correct. The first is on the top of page 5. Hopefully these page numbers are accurate, where adjusted EBITDA is calculated. And first off, you can see that the depreciation and amortization row was left blank. We certainly have had depreciation and amortization, so that just looks like a mathematical error. And then other one-time and non-cash items that we would include. So we do publicly report adjusted EBITDA, and so it is more in the tune of negative 676 for 2021, negative 392 for 2020. So just wanted to call out what an apparent calculation error for the adjusted EBITDA in that section. And then this is a bit more technical and probably not that important, but as it pertains to their calculation of the debt to equity ratio, due to the nature of how our company and other companies like us calculate total liabilities, player liabilities that match player assets are included in the liability section. So it looks like they use CapIQ, which is a very public and well-used source for debt to equity ratios, and we would just suggest not including those player liabilities in the calculation of the debt to equity ratio.
And I can address those 2 points as RSM provided those exhibits in the IED report. Yeah, we were going to mention this in executive session when we went through.
We can keep it here too, Connor, if you want.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got those.
And then I just, on the page 14, I'm assuming that there was a correction there about, not page 14, page,
Page 12.
yeah, that, I'm assuming that's executive session discussion. The website references.
Yeah.
That's the,
That's, I think that
I believe your letter, I think, sought to clarify that or give.
the first
give
item in your letter.
Yeah.
correct. Those two matters that were cited, we have no knowledge of those issues. So that was what we wanted to call out. If there's further information that the commission wants to share, then we can investigate, but upon investigation, we have not found anything in connection with those two.
Okay, I was going to ask if you knew, I mean, because of the similarities and some of the verbiage, whether there was concern or any information you wanted to share with us in executive session.
Beyond us just not being aware of those, I don't believe there's anything further to share.
Okay.
You know, I think I had informal counsel on that from a member of our team, Mills. This is on the item I brought up. It's in the IEB report. The language is such that it could, should somebody pick that report up down the road, it could look derogatory, and I'm not sure if it in fact is. So IEB, perhaps we ask you to look at that that item on page 12 that's referenced in the first paragraph, and we get some clarity and then work with the applicant because it, if in fact it's doesn't have any meaning, it probably shouldn't be included.
So the I had chair too, though, is it from a corporate integrity standpoint, a brand issue, whether the applicant had any concerns or was taking any action?
Well, and there's that too, right?
Right.
I think it probably came up to them through this report.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
That's correct, Madam
Right.
Chair. And we are continuing to investigate, but to this point, we have not uncovered any information in connection with those issues, and we're not aware of anything.
Yeah, so we should align on that, and if need be, amend our report. Okay, and so Attorney Kramer, are you following, because we're talking a little bit of code here?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am following. I think, I know that I think Mike Banks and Kevin Murphy are on the call right now, but as it was relayed in the report, this was simply a tool that the contract investigators used. It's a software that aggregates data. They simply put in what they found on that particular website, and they didn't do any independent verification, so they would not be able to speak to whether or not there is any veracity to those two particular items on page 14. If they were doing a full suitability, of course, they would have used this as a starting point, but given the parameters for this report, it was simply reporting to the commission what was found on that particular site.
Would it be possible to do a little bit of follow-up on this to the extent that we could learn something more? I'm only asking because I was advised literally in the hallway that this of some kind of an explanation for it because I asked. So to the extent that it's resolved in advance of a full investigation pursuant to the suitability review, we'll work with the applicant. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it may be that the advice I received isn't really grounded either, so we'll figure it out. Okay, thank you. Other items? I just want to, can I just make sure that on the list is the issue that was public, and that was the account breach, that in December. That is on the list. Was it in
Correct. From the applicant perspective, yes, we would appreciate the opportunity to discuss that in executive session.
And because I would be looking just for, simply the remedial.
Understood.
steps you're taking from remediation. So, all right.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, which account breach are you referring to here?
I know I can't be more exact because in this instance, I did not write down the page number. I did, it must be in the report, the suitability report, but it's the player account.
Page 13.
Thank you.
Page 13, there's a reference to it on page 13 in the suitability report, number 1.
Thank you very much, Commissioner O'Brien.
Oh, there's also item number 2 right after that was also of interest to me.
Commissioner O'Brien, that's in connection with what Mr. Dodge spoke
You
to
just
earlier.
spoke about? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Todd, you were able to find it was in fact the second number 1.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I do have something, Madam Chair, and I am trying my best to follow along after an already long day and week. But I believe the only item not covered by Commissioner O'Brien in the IEB report pertains to items 4 and 5 on page 14.
Commissioner Skinner, I believe that that was in connection with daily fantasy sports. Mr. Dodge spoke to that earlier. He provided a response to that question, I believe. That was in connection with daily fantasy sports activities. But I don't know if there's a specific follow-up question.
No, just if I could have a quick refresher. I'm doing my best to follow along here.
Yes, and happy to give a thumbnail sketch for public information, Commissioner Skinner. So this was, as sometimes happens, way back in 2015 when attorneys general such as General Healy started to look at daily fantasy sports and its legality. There were, tens of copycat kind of litigations around the country jumping on that, alleging that daily fantasy sports was not permissible. They were all consolidated into one case in Massachusetts. And quite frankly, never really went anywhere. And we were able to settle those for a very non-material amount last year.
Okay. This is the Attorney General's settlement that is talked about.
No, this would be private consumer class actions.
Okay.
There were a number of them filed around the country, all consolidated in the District of Massachusetts. That, as I said, never really went anywhere. I think people filed the cases hoping something might come of them, but we ended up selling them for a very immaterial amount last year.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I missed your first recitation.
No, I did not get into that level of detail, so no problem.
Okay, anything else on compliance and section G that we need to discuss in executive session? All right. It's all clear, right, Todd? Commissioners, am I right that you would want to wait a minute and wait till we get to the executive session before we see if we have a consensus here? Okay. So, Todd, commissioners, I know it has been a very long day, but I am hoping that we can, of course, get through today to the next steps. But I want to offer any kind of a short break. Do we need that, or should we plow ahead? Plow ahead. I see Commissioner Skinner.
Nope, that was for the break. Sorry.
I have to say, I was like, okay, well, plow ahead. All right. So maybe that'll give you a chance, Todd, to get your notes together. It is 2:47, and when we return, there'll be, the commission will decide whether or not to move into executive session. I think you can probably contemplate that. And then after that executive session, the commission would return for a short stint to public session. I believe that was for those who are not, who are watching. That would be what we imagine the rest of the day would look like. Okay. Does that make sense? Everybody okay having a break? Okay. We'll return at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dave, thank you. Okay. I think we've got everybody now. Holding this meeting virtually, so I'll do a roll call. Commissioner O'Brien,
I am here.
Commissioner Hill,
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner,
I'm back.
and Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
All right. So now, Todd, what I suggest out of this being efficient is that you just go through the topics and let me know the subsections that apply, and then we'll work toward getting to executive session. Does that make sense?
Yes, that sounds great. Let me just.
And again, to the applicant, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have 12 items on the list. It'll be a bit of a walk down memory lane from today, so let me try to get this as precise as possible. The first item on the list is, you'll recall the issue that where in-game wagers, which are referred to as Tier 2 sports wagers under Chapter 23N, where the odds are dynamic, the applicant will be asked to discuss whether the odds for such wagers tend to be consistent amongst operators. That's the first issue. Number two, the applicant and RSM will be asked to discuss specific information relative to financial figures and projections and the overall financial stability of the subject applicant, and as applicable, the methodologies employed to arrive at these figures in the following areas: revenue projections, market share percentages and forecasts, handle and hold percentage projections, the liquidity of the applicant, and any information associated with those subject matters. Also, and related to these issues, RSM and Mr. Park may be asked to further clarify the calculations relative to the adjusted EBITDA and the debt to equity ratios. Number three, it was noted that available funds on a player account can only be transferred to an account that has been previously used to fund a player account. And I believe the question that the applicant will be asked to discuss relates to the protocols for the transfer of those available funds to patrons. Number four, the applicant will be asked to describe plans to hold live events in Massachusetts to promote the business if it is awarded a license here in the Commonwealth. Number five, the applicant will be asked to discuss the anticipated impact on its daily fantasy sports operation in Massachusetts if it's awarded a sports wagering license. Number six, the applicant will be asked to discuss the process for managing high-risk financial transactions, and specifically how it's determined what levels of play, what levels of play will be permitted and whether to and how to increase such levels. Number seven relates to the compliance issues associated with the launch of the DraftKings product in the state of Ohio. Number eight relates to a series of compliance matters that were described on the chart in the application. And we just went through them, but I'll just kind of walk through them really quickly. On page 503, there are two instances where there were emails that were apparently improperly sent within the state of New Jersey. The question specifically that the applicant will be asked to address is the remediation efforts that have been applied to ensure that those types of instances are not repeated, and to provide any non-public information that may be useful in understanding those particular matters. Also on page 3, there's an Indiana matter reference that we talked about relative to exclusion list mailings and to the timely notice to the regulator of a new board member. And similarly, the applicant will be asked to address any remediation efforts that have been put in place and offered an opportunity to provide any non-public information that might be useful in understanding those matters. On page 504, there's a matter out of the state of Indiana that's discussed relative to the untimely filing of notice. And the applicant will be asked again to provide the commission with any protocols that have been put in place to ensure, again, that all such notices are timely filed moving forward, and of course, allowed an opportunity to provide any non-public information that might be useful in understanding that matter. And then on page 505 of the report, there is the New Jersey matter involving the proxy wagering. And the applicant will be asked to discuss the particulars of the settlement of that matter, and again, any remediation efforts that came from it, and again, allowed to discuss any non-public information that might be helpful for the commission to gain a full understanding of that matter. Those are all the compliance matters that I noted. There were a series of others that were discussed. I believe they were all, they appeared to be, I should say, described to the satisfaction of the commissioner. So certainly if there are other matters to add to that list, we can. Moving on to issue number 9. And I believe Commissioner O'Brien, you were asking about this. I didn't take a note as to whether you were satisfied with the answer. And this one pertained to information relative to the Wisconsin and New York sales and use tax audits. I know they did offer an explanation of it.
Yeah, no, I was satisfied with that answer.
Okay, so we can remove that. So the next one then is a discussion of SBT's financial reporting system and the overall characterization it used as less formal, and a description of that matter for the commission. The I guess the last issue is on, and I'm sorry I didn't get to this part in my notes. I just need to pull up the IEB report. It's on page 13 of the IEB report. And it discusses the account breaches. Okay. Where's that one? Oh, yes. So this is relative to a 2022 incident involving account hacks, and the applicant will be asked to discuss that matter, including any remedial action that was taken as a result of that episode. And again, offered an opportunity to offer any non-public information that might be useful to the commission in understanding that matter.
Okay.
And I believe, Madam Chair and Commissioners, that covers the list I had for executive session. If there are any others, we can go through and add those now.
Councilor Grossman, if that's a complete list, am I right that we're dealing with competitive disadvantage exception and the cybersecurity exemption?
Yeah, I think that's right. It's almost exclusively the section 6I of chapter 23N, but I think there may be a couple of instances, again, where, as you've identified, where that cybersecurity piece comes into play as well.
No private information. Okay.
No, I don't believe there's any personally private information related to anybody.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, is the list complete? Hearing.
I'm sorry, somebody came in very early in the beginning of the list, Todd. Do you have the Ohio on
Yes.
there? The Ohio fines?
Yes, the compliance issues related to the launch of DraftKings in Ohio.
Yes. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, so we're all set, Commissioners. Well, in order to move, I have to read this into the record under the open meeting law. So the commission anticipates that it may meet in executive session in conjunction with its review of the Crown MA Gaming LLC, known as DraftKings, application in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A7, and GL Chapter 23N, Section 6, subsection I, to consider information submitted by the applicant in the course of its application for an operator license that is a trade secret, competitively sensitive, or proprietary, in which it disclosed publicly would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. And General Laws, Chapter 4, Section 7, subsection 26N, involves certain records for which public disclosure is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity. To consider information submitted in the application materials related to the security or safety of persons or buildings, structures, facilities, utilities, transportation, cybersecurity, or other infrastructure located within the Commonwealth, the disclosure of which is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity. With that, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session on the matters listed by General Counsel Grossman and for the reasons stated just now by the chair.
Second.
Okay, any questions, edits? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. And so the applicant, we will be transferred into the, I think maybe you experienced this. You may have been the first applicant to experience what will go into a breakout room. Will be asked to join, so look for that.
And Madam Chair, we should just address whether we're coming back afterwards too.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Thank you so much. Yes, it is our intention for the Gaming Commission to reconvene in the public session to address any matters that should be disclosed publicly and to adjourn. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Dave. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to note by all my fellow commissioners. Huh. She's missing again. Oh, no, there she is. There's Commissioner O'Brien. I was wondering if you had some kind of a glitch in your system there, but nope, we're all
No,
set.
this morning I did, but not now. It's taken care of.
It got taken care of. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, everyone back on your team. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yes, I believe we're all back, Madam Chair.
Okay, excellent. So for the public, because we're holding this meeting virtually, I'll do a quick roll call. Commissioner O'Brien,
I am here.
Commissioner Hill,
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner,
I'm here.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
All right, we'll get started. And we are reconvening our public meeting that started off at 10 a.m. this morning. And as we reviewed it, Massachusetts Gaming Commission reviewed the application of Crown MA Gaming LLC, we know to be DraftKings. They presented their application and gave a demonstration. We had an opportunity to check in with some of our in-house experts and then review the application section by section, where we raised various issues that were more properly addressed in an executive session. And we just concluded that executive session. And now I don't believe we have anything to report for clarifier that needed to become in the public domain from that discussion. But I did want to go over anything that was outstanding, Councilor Grossman, from your perspective with respect to items that we've raised that have not yet been addressed in the executive session.
I just have a couple of items on the list, and they might be more long-term than short-term, but while it's all fresh. The first issue was that I believe the applicant is being asked to establish workforce and supplier diversity goals. There was a subset of that, and Commissioner Maynard, I think you may have indicated that this may not be necessary, but that they also provide the overall vendor spend breakdown.
But I did hear Commissioner Skinner say that she would like to see that as so much as they had it, and I would join her on that.
Okay, so in that case, it's that they establish workforce and supplier diversity goals, as well as provide the overall vendor spend. And is that for a set period of time, or as far as the spend, or just moving forward?
The goal would be moving forward. The spend as it currently stands would be as it stands today, is how I would view it. Is that how you view it, Commissioner Skinner?
Exactly. Thank you.
Understood. We can pull that, and we will be clear on the goals.
Okay, anything else on that list? I know we have to go back to a couple of our sections, but I wanted to remind everyone what we may have asked for, and then reflect upon what we just learned. And then I think we return to sections E and G.
Yeah, the only other item on the list, and this I believe is more of a long-term issue, would be that the applicant provide any updates of material movements in the proceedings relative to the compliance matters before the Ohio Casino Control Commission relative to their launch in that jurisdiction.
And they would do that by communicating to IAB. Would that make sense, Commissioner? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Understood.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else that, well, then what I'll do is let's reflect upon section E, the responsible gaming, that has the compliance piece at the end. given what we learned in executive session, I'm going to seek a consensus. Commissioner Hill.
I'm actually ready to say that both E and G have met expectations.
I agree.
I would agree.
That's very efficient. Thank you, and I agree as well. So we have taken that temperature, and the way that this works is you've heard DraftKings that we are going to be convening at the end of our sessions in review of the other applications. We're anticipating the 18th and 19th of this month. We will do a more of a comparative review. And so with that, we don't have any other steps to take with the applicant except to say thank you. You presented a very, very thorough application. It was lengthy, but it was very content rich, and for that we are very appreciative. You know, the fact that you are here in Boston, you heard the commission say it's a pleasure to see that when we know that the legislature always cares about the economic engine of gaming. So that with new jobs and new revenues, we appreciate that. So I just thank you for your time today and everyone's attention. So commissioners, I'll give you a chance to say thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
I want to mute myself. I didn't realize I was unmuted. I do, and I say this to anyone who's given us a good application, organized, concise, has clear answers for us. It's greatly appreciated by those of us that are going through these. It's been said by a lot of my other fellow commissioners in terms of the Massachusetts presence is impressive. There are a few areas to work on. I think you heard us. I would trust that if you get a license to do that in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we would see positive trends in that regard. So thank you for your time and thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank you as well. Very informative, and the application was very well done, well written, very precise. And I'll just share in my my comments with Commissioner O'Brien. I think you heard us loud and clear. Some of the issues that we care about deeply here in Massachusetts, and that should you get a license, that you would adopt those feelings that we have here for the things that we brought up today. But very, very well done today, and I appreciate your time and all the answers up to the questions we had for you. Thank you.
Commissioner Skinner.
Yeah, my sentiments are very well represented in what Commissioner O'Brien said. And so want to add my thanks and want to specifically highlight your responsiveness to the questions, very forthcoming, very informative, and just a great presentation overall. So thank you again.
Commissioner Maynard.
It's hard to go last or next to last. Just want to thank you. You've been an innovator, a disruptor. You've been at the forefront of this field for over a decade, and I appreciated the opportunity to look over your application, and appreciate your forthright answers today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners. We know it's been a very long process for you all and your staff over the past 6 months, but we do appreciate your thoughtful consideration of our application, and we're excited at the possibility of bringing our sportsbook to the Commonwealth. And if we can provide any additional information beyond what Todd referenced, please just let us know, and we'd be happy to do so. But thank you all very much for your consideration.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman, too. Thank you. So we won't keep anyone another second longer unnecessarily. I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you so much.